You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is I'm a baker who comes in at 3 a.m. The flour dust reveals footprints that aren't mine. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first footprint showed up between the 50-pound flour bin and the walk-in cooler, pressed clean into the dust like somebody had stepped there barefoot after coming out of a shower. At first, I told myself it was mine. That was the easiest lie available. And at 3 a.m, in the back of a bakery, with the ovens still cold and the street outside looking blue-black under the sodium lamps, easy lies have a way of sounding practical. Flour got everywhere. Flour made ghosts of everything you touched. A sleeve brushed the prep table. A hip bumped a sack. A palm landed where it shouldn't. And suddenly there were smears, loops, fingerprints, shapes that looked deliberate when they weren't. But this print had toes. 5 of them. Narrow heel, high arch. The soft ball of a foot angled toward the rear delivery door. I stood there with a bench scraper in one hand, and the key ring still hooked around my finger, listening to the hum of the proofing cabinet and the tired tick of the wall clock above the dish sink. The bakery smelled the way it always did before sunrise: old yeast, stainless steel, lemon cleaner, and the faint sour tang of yesterday's rye starter. The place was normal in every direction, except for that one patch of floor. My name is Hannah Kessler, 32, female, and I bake for a place called Marlowe's Bread and Coffee in Burlington, Vermont, 3 blocks off Church Street, and close enough to Lake Champlain that winter mornings sometimes bring a damp cold through the cinder block walls. I'm the person who unlocks the back door at 2:58 a.m., starts the ovens, feeds the starter, shapes baguettes, while the rest of town is either asleep or making the kinds of decisions that look worse under daylight. I like the hours because they're honest. Flour, water, salt, heat. You do the work or the dough tells on you. I also like the hours because not many people are around to ask questions. That part matters. The back room at Marlowe's is narrow and badly arranged because the building used to be a dry cleaner sometime in the 70s and still acts offended that anyone expects it to function as a bakery. The mixer sits too close to the flour racks. The 3-deck oven faces a wall with peeling white paint. There's one security camera over the register out front, one fake camera dome above the back door that our owner swears used to be real, and a little office with a desk so crowded with invoices that opening the drawer feels like trespassing. The footprint sat in the one strip of floor we kept decently clean because the health inspector always checked there. I crouched, slow. The flour was fresh, soft-edged, but not blown around. Whoever had stepped there had done it after Marco mopped last night and after I'd dusted the table for croissant lamination. There was no matching print beside it, no obvious trail leading in from the door. Just the single bare footprint pointed toward the back exit like a quiet instruction. Behind me, the compressor under the lowboy fridge kicked on with a cough. I stood too fast and knocked my hip into the corner of the prep table. "Idiot," I said to the room. My voice sounded small against the tile. I checked my own shoes next, because there was still a sensible explanation hiding somewhere, and I wanted badly to find it. Black non-slip clogs, dry soles, a smear of flour along the right toe from where I'd nudged open the flour bin, but nothing bare, nothing wet, nothing that could make toes. I looked under the table, behind the rolling racks, around the mop bucket. The mop head was still damp. The yellow caution sign leaned where Marco always left it, half folded and useless. The back door was locked. I knew because I had just unlocked it, come in, and locked it behind me. It had one deadbolt and one push bar, and both were in place. The little metal plate around the latch was scratched from years of deliveries, but not bent. No broken glass. No spilled trash. No dark figure crouched between the sugar sacks waiting for me to play stupid in a horror movie. Just a footprint. At 3:04 a.m., my phone buzzed in my apron pocket, and I nearly flung the bench scraper across the room. It was a text from Marco. "Running 10 late. Plow buried my car again. Don't start bagels without me or I'll cry." Marco D'Angelo, 26, male, was my opener on Tuesdays and Thursdays. A broad-shouldered culinary school dropout with tattooed wrists, a laugh that showed up before he did, and a gift for pretending not to be anxious when he was very clearly anxious. He'd been at Marlowe's 8 months and still apologized to the dough when he overworked it. I liked him. He made the early hours feel less like punishment. I typed back with my thumb hovering over the screen. "There's a footprint back here." Then I deleted it. That was another thing about me. I hated sounding dramatic. I had spent years of my life being told I overreacted, first by my father when I was a kid, and later by a man named Trevor who once locked me out of our apartment in February because I needed to learn not everything is an emergency. Trevor is not in this story yet, not really, but the shape he left in me is. I second-guessed locked doors. I rehearsed complaints before making them. I took photos of stove knobs before leaving the house. I carried proof like other people carried lip balm. So instead of texting Marco, I took a picture of the footprint. The camera struggled in the dim light. I turned on the overhead fluorescents, and they blinked twice before catching, filling the room with that cold grocery store glare that makes everything look guilty. The footprint became sharper, more human. There was a faint ridge where the big toe pressed harder than the others. I took 3 photos. Then I opened the back door and checked the alley. Marlowe's shared its delivery alley with a sushi place, a florist, and a dentist's office that had a mural of smiling molars on its rear wall. The alley was plowed into dirty ridges at both ends. A dumpster sat beneath a crust of frozen lids. The air smelled like old fryer oil and snowmelt. Somewhere far off, a truck made a low, dragging sound over slush. No footprints near the door except mine. Mine were deep and square-treaded, leading from my Subaru to the bakery entrance. Beyond them, the snow was pocked by salt and tire marks, but not bare feet. Not unless somebody had floated across the alley, which was the kind of thought you throw away immediately because it isn't useful. I locked the door again. The bakery seemed louder after that. The fluorescent hum, the water heater clicking in the utility closet, a faint rattle inside the vent above the sinks, probably wind, probably the same rattle that had been there all winter. I washed my hands, even though I hadn't touched anything but my keys and my phone. I scrubbed under my nails. Warm water ran pink over my knuckles because I'd split the skin there on the sourdough baskets the day before. Work helped. Work always helped. I fed the starter in the big plastic tub labeled MAUDE in Marco's handwriting. I weighed bread flour into the mixer, then salt, then water at exactly 78 degrees. The digital scale flickered once, which it did when the old outlet got moody. I set the timer. The dough hook began its heavy circular slap, pulling flour into water, turning powder into something elastic and alive. For 10 minutes, I almost convinced myself the print was from yesterday. Maybe Marco had changed socks and stepped in spilled flour as a joke. Maybe Leela had come back for her wallet and taken her shoes off because her boots were wet. Maybe one of the cleaning crew had a weird habit. Maybe I was tired. I hadn't slept well. The apartment upstairs from mine had hosted a party until midnight, all bass and boots, and one woman laughing like she was trying to break something with it. Then the mixer stopped. Not the timer, the machine. The hook jerked, groaned once, and went still. I looked over. The red emergency stop button was pushed in. I stared at it for a few seconds, waiting for my brain to supply the missing step. I had not touched it. I was 6 feet away, standing at the sink with wet hands. The only other person due in was still somewhere digging out his car. The dough sagged in the bowl. "Okay," I said. That was all, just okay. I walked to the mixer and twisted the emergency stop to release it. It popped out with a plastic click that sounded absurdly loud. My pulse beat in my split knuckle. I started the mixer again and stood there watching it for a full minute, as if a 60-quart Hobart could confess under pressure. At 3:17, someone knocked on the front glass. I froze. Nobody used the front entrance before 6. Customers knew better. Deliveries came through the alley. The front of the bakery faced a narrow side street with metered parking, bare trees, and a bus stop where college kids sometimes huddled after last call. Through the pass-through window, I could see only a blurred reflection of the back room and the faint glow of the pastry case out front. The knock came again. 2 taps, pause, 1 tap. I wiped my hands on my apron and picked up the rolling pin from the end of the prep table, not because it was the best weapon available, but because it was the nearest thing my hand trusted. The floorboards changed sound under my clogs as I moved from tile to the old wood behind the counter. Out front, the bakery felt staged and empty. Chairs flipped on tables, menu board chalked with yesterday's soup, the espresso machine blinking in standby mode. Streetlight slid through the windows and made pale rectangles on the floor. A man stood outside in a parka with the hood up. I got close enough to see his face and lowered the rolling pin. It was Daniel Price, 41, male, the owner of Marlowe's, though he never looked like anyone's idea of an owner at 3 in the morning. gray in his beard, a permanent squint from reading spreadsheets on his phone, and the stiff posture of a man who thought rest was a moral failure. He lifted both hands when he saw what I was holding. Jesus, Hannah. I unlocked the door but kept the chain on. Why are you here? Good morning to you too. Daniel. My alarm company called, he said. Backdoor sensor tripped at 2:44. The chain suddenly felt very thin. I looked past him to the street. His truck idled at the curb with its hazards blinking. Exhaust drifted white behind it. I got here at 2:58, I said. I know, I checked the app. It logged your code. You checked the app. He gave me a look through the gap. The alarm company called me at 3 a.m, so yeah, I checked the app. I shut the door, slid the chain free, and let him in. Cold air came with him, sharp enough to cut through the butter smell lingering in the cafe. He stamped his boots on the mat. Door was locked when I came in, I said. Nothing looked broken. Daniel's eyes moved over my face, then to the rolling pin in my hand. Something happened. I should have said yes cleanly. I should have shown him the photos right away. Instead, I said, there's a footprint in the flour. His expression shifted a little, but not enough. Owner math began behind his eyes. Delay, cost, explanation, liability. A footprint. Bare footprint. Bare. In the back. He followed me through the swinging door. The bakery's work lights made him look older. He had thrown his coat over pajamas and a flannel shirt, and there was a pillow crease running down one cheek. I led him to the flour bin, already annoyed by the part of me that wanted him to tell me I was right to be scared. He crouched over the print. For once, Daniel didn't speak immediately. The mixer thumped behind us, kneading dough that had no interest in human problems. Steam whispered from the hot water tap where I hadn't closed it all the way. Outside the back wall, a truck beeped as it reversed somewhere on the next block. That wasn't their last night, Daniel said. The words made my stomach tighten because I had expected resistance. You're sure? I closed with Leela. Marco mopped. I checked the floors because of the spill by dry storage. He leaned closer, but didn't touch the print. Could be from the cleaner. We don't have cleaners on Wednesdays. He rubbed a hand over his mouth. Leela Hammond, 29, female, came up then because Daniel called her before I could tell him not to. Leela was our front of house lead, sharp-eyed, practical, and allergic to panic. She could calm down an angry tourist, fix a jammed grinder, and shame a supplier into replacing bad produce without raising her voice. She lived 10 minutes away in Winooski and answered on the 5th ring with the thick, dangerous calm of someone dragged out of sleep. What's on fire? She said through Daniel's speaker. Nothing, Daniel said. That's not an answer. Hannah found something in the back, a footprint, bare. Did you come back after close? A pause. At what point in our professional relationship have I given you the impression I would come back to this building barefoot? I almost laughed. It came out wrong. Daniel looked at me. The alarm says the back door opened before Hannah arrived. Call the police, Leela said. Daniel winced. Let's not, Daniel. We don't know anyone broke in. The alarm says the door opened, and there's a bare footprint in the flour. It could be a sensor error. Then you'll enjoy explaining that to the officer while they stand in our creepy little dough cave. Daniel's jaw worked. I liked Leela more in that moment than I had ever liked anyone before breakfast. while Daniel was still deciding whether protecting the bakery's reputation was worth all of us possibly being stupid. Came through the back door using his code, cheeks red from cold, curls shoved under a knit cap. Marco D'Angelo, 26, male, brought with him the smell of snow and car heater dust, and he stopped with one boot inside when he saw Daniel and me staring at the floor. Why do we all look like somebody died in the focaccia? Don't step there, I said. He lifted his boot midair, wobbled, and grabbed the doorframe. Okay, weirdly specific. Daniel shut the door behind him and threw the deadbolt. Marco saw the footprint. His face changed first into confusion, then embarrassment, as if he had walked in on something private, then fear he tried to cover by talking. Nope, he said. No, thank you, I don't like that. Did you make that? Daniel asked. With what, my secret third foot? Marco. No, I did not come in barefoot and lovingly press one little foot stamp by the cooler. He looked at me. Did you? I shook my head. The mixer timer beeped. All four of us flinched. That tiny shared movement did something to the room. It made the situation official. Not catastrophic. Not even dangerous, necessarily. But no longer mine alone. The bakery, which usually ran on practiced motion and small complaints, had become a place where everyone listened before moving. Daniel finally called the non-emergency line, then got transferred, then explained the alarm, and the print in a voice that kept trying to become casual and failing. While he talked, Marco and I turned out the first dough into a tub because the bread did not care about evidence. His hands shook once when he scraped the bowl, and he tucked them under his arms afterward like he could hide it. You okay? I asked. Yeah, he said. I'm just trying to remember if tetanus covers haunted feet. Not haunted. I know, joking, poorly. I glanced at the footprint. It's probably somebody hiding, or a delivery guy messing around. That was supposed to make me feel better. No, cool, Daniel hung up. Officer S going to swing by. Could be 20 minutes. Swing by, Leela said from the phone, still on speaker. Lovely. Meanwhile, nobody touches anything. We have to bake, Daniel said. We have to not contaminate whatever that is. The health department would love that sentence, Marco muttered. I went to the office for masking tape so we could mark off the area. The office light flickered when I pulled the cord. Daniel's desk was its usual landslide. Payroll folders, coffee-stained receipts, a half-eaten sleeve of antacids. The alarm panel by the door blinked green. On the floor beneath it was a dusting of flour. Not much, just a thin crescent against the baseboard, as if someone had brushed against the wall, carrying a floured hand or sleeve. Above it, the framed staff photo from last summer's street festival hung crooked. I stepped closer. The office smelled different from the rest of the bakery. Paper, old coffee, the burnt plastic warmth of electronics. I touched the frame with 2 fingers and straightened it. It rocked back crooked again. Behind it, in the narrow gap between frame and wall, something pale was wedged. I pulled my hand back. Hannah, Marco called. I didn't answer right away. The thing behind the frame was a folded strip of parchment paper, the kind we used to line sheet pans. It had been tucked there deliberately, out of sight unless the frame shifted. One corner showed a greasy thumbprint and a dusting of flour. My first thought was that one of us had hidden an order note there as a joke, My second thought was that I did not want to be the person who touched it. "Hannah," Marco called again, closer now. I stepped back into the doorway before he reached the office, blocking his view without meaning to. "What?" he said. "There's something behind the staff photo." He looked over my shoulder. His joking expression drained away. Daniel came in behind him, still holding the tape. "What now?" None of us moved. Out front, the espresso machine clicked itself fully awake and began heating, releasing a low metallic hiss into the empty cafe. Dawn was still hours away. The first batch of dough sat waiting in its tub. The footprint by the cooler faced the back door, and the alarm panel blinked green as if the building had nothing to apologize for. Daniel lifted the masking tape. "We wait for the officer," Marco swallowed. "Or we look now." I thought about Trevor, about February cold through a locked door, about all the times I had needed proof before anyone would believe me. I thought about the footprint's toes, the emergency stop button, the alarm at 2:44, the folded parchment weighted behind the crooked frame. Leela's voice crackled through Daniel's phone from where it sat on the desk. "Don't be idiots," she said, softer than before. "But don't let Daniel talk you out of checking what's in your own office, either." So we stood there in the little doorway, 3 people in aprons and winter boots, caught between doing the safe thing and doing the human thing, while the bakery warmed around us. And something we hadn't found yet seemed to settle deeper into the walls. Daniel reached for the parchment like he was reaching into a mouse trap. "Wait," I said. His fingers stopped an inch from the frame. That was the first argument. Not loud, not dramatic. Just 3 tired people in a cramped office, all of us pretending the bakery wasn't suddenly too warm, too bright, too full of little noises. The mixer thumped in the other room. The water heater clicked. Somewhere under the desk, the old receipt printer made a dry insect sound, even though nobody had touched the register. Daniel looked at me. "We need to know what it says. Police are coming. You want me to tell an officer there's something hidden behind my staff photo, and I didn't look?" "Yes," I said. "That is exactly what I want." Marco stood behind me in the doorway, arms folded tight against his chest. He had flour on his sleeve already, a white stripe across black cotton. "I'm with Hannah. I don't love mystery wall notes, but I love evidence contamination even less." Daniel gave a short laugh with no humor in it. "You watch too much TV, and you ignore too many problems until they become payroll emergencies," Marco said. That landed harder than he meant it to. Daniel's face tightened. Marco saw it and looked away. The phone on the desk crackled. Leela was still on speaker, her voice thin from the bad connection. "Daniel, don't touch it barehanded. I'm not an idiot." "No one said you were." Marco basically did. "I implied you were financially reckless," Marco muttered. "Different category." I should have laughed. On a normal morning, I would have. Instead, I kept looking at the edge of parchment tucked behind the photo, at the little flowery thumbprint near the fold. It was not old. That was the thing I could not stop noticing. Parchment yellowed when it sat around too long, especially near the ovens. This was fresh from our stack, clean where it wasn't smudged, torn, not cut. Daniel took a pair of blue nitrile gloves from the first aid kit in the desk drawer. He pulled them on too hard, snapping one at the wrist. "Daniel," I said again. He didn't answer. He lifted the frame away from the wall with one hand and pinched the parchment with the other, careful now that he had decided caution had been his idea. He unfolded it on the desk. There were 3 words written in black Sharpie. Check the PROOFER for a few seconds. No one spoke. Then the proofing cabinet beeped in the back room. It was a small sound, familiar. The cabinet did it whenever the humidity setting drifted and corrected itself. On any other morning, it would have disappeared under the larger machinery of the bake. But right then, it cut through the office like a timer running out. Marco said, "Nope." Daniel moved first. I went after him, because of course I did. That was the stupid thing about fear. It didn't always make me freeze. Sometimes it pushed me forward, because standing still gave my imagination too much room. The proofing cabinet stood along the back wall near the walk-in, tall and stainless, with a fogged glass door and a digital display that never quite showed the right humidity. We used it for croissants, brioche, and the first trays of cinnamon rolls that regulars lined up for before work. Its interior light glowed weakly through the condensation. The display read 104 degrees F. It should have been 78. "Jesus," Daniel said. He yanked the door open. Heat rolled out, wet and sweet and yeasty, carrying the smell of butter starting to soften too far. The croissant trays sat inside on speed racks, the laminated layers beginning to slump at the edges. Butter had leaked onto the parchment in glossy yellow crescents. If we didn't chill them immediately, they were done. Not imperfect, not rustic. Done. Daniel swore under his breath. "How long has it been at that temperature?" I asked. "I don't know." "You have the maintenance app," Marco said. "It logs alarms, not every temperature dip." Leela, from the phone Daniel had brought with him, said, "Kill the proofer. Move everything to the walk-in." Now, that snapped us into motion. This was the concrete thing, the thing we could understand. In less than 90 minutes, we had morning customers, 2 standing cafe orders, a wholesale drop for the hotel near the waterfront, and a school board breakfast order Daniel had begged for because January sales were thin. 36 croissants, 2 dozen morning buns, 4 trays of brioche knots, and the cinnamon rolls that paid half our weekday rent by themselves were sitting in a metal cabinet that had decided to become a sauna. Or someone had decided for it. I hit the proofer power switch. Marco grabbed oven mitts. Daniel took the top trays bare-gloved until I barked at him to use towels because the metal was hot enough to sting. We moved fast, clumsy with adrenaline. Sheet pans rattled. Butter slid. One of the brioche trays clipped the cabinet door, and Marco caught it against his forearm. "Hot," he hissed. "Sink," I said. "I'm fine." "Marco." He shoved the tray into the walk-in and went to the sink jaw tight, where I saw the red mark blooming along the inside of his arm. Not a serious burn, but enough. Wet skin, angry and shiny. Daniel checked his phone. "Officer still isn't here." "Call back," Leela said, "for a proofer malfunction, for an alarm trip, a footprint, a hidden note, and now equipment tampering." Daniel didn't answer. He was staring at the ruined edge of a croissant, pressing a thumb against the butter, leak like he could will it back between the dough layers. That was Daniel's flaw. though I didn't have the language for it then. He treated every crisis as a math problem because math had rules and fear didn't. He could count lost product. He could count labor. Could count how many bad Yelp reviews came from opening late. But he could not look directly at the idea that someone had been inside his bakery while we trusted the locks. "We can still salvage some," he said. I stared at him. "Somebody left us a note telling us to check the proofer. And if we don't open in 3 hours, we lose the hotel account." Marco turned from the sink, arm under cold water. "I'm sorry. Are we voting between pastries and being murdered?" "No one is being murdered." "You don't know that," Daniel snapped. "And you don't know that anyone is even here." The words bounced off the tile. A second later, he looked ashamed, but he didn't apologize. Daniel was good at invoices and bad at retreating once he'd made himself sound certain. I dried my hands on my apron. The proofer didn't set itself to 104. It's old. It was set to 78 when I turned it on. "You're sure?" There it was. Not accusation, exactly. Worse. Doubt dressed as procedure. My shoulders went tight. I saw Trevor's face for half a second, that patient little smile he used when he asked if I was sure I had paid the bill. Sure I had locked the car. Sure I hadn't misunderstood him. I hated that a single question could drag me backward years. "Yes," I said, "I'm sure." Daniel heard something in my voice and backed off. "Okay." But the damage was done. I took out my phone and opened the photos I'd been taking since I arrived. The footprint, the alarm panel, the proofer display after the note. Proof stacked on proof, because some part of me still believed I would need it before anyone would take me seriously. Leela said, "Hannah, what are you doing?" "Documenting." "Good." Daniel rubbed his forehead. "We still have to decide what to do about the bake." "Lock the front," Marco said. "Wait for the cop." "It is locked." "No, I mean don't open." Daniel looked toward the cafe, as if he could already see the disappointed faces outside. "We have wholesale commitments." "Call them," I said. "At 3:30 in the morning, leave messages." "And say what?" "Sorry, no delivery. Someone's leaving cryptic bakery notes. Say equipment failure." He didn't like that because it sounded true and expensive. The lights flickered. All of us looked up. The fluorescence dimmed to a sick gray, brightened, then dimmed again. The mixer slowed with a heavy groan. The espresso machine out front clicked off. The proofer display went black even though I had powered it down already. For one breath, the bakery seemed to inhale. Then the power cut completely. No hum, no fans, no refrigeration wine, no mixer. Just the sudden absence of all the mechanical sounds we usually ignored. And beyond that, the soft tap of sleet starting against the back door. Emergency lights came on above the exit, turning the room red at the edges. "Tell me that's the block," Marco said. Daniel took out his phone. "I have 1 bar." I pulled up the outage map for Burlington Electric. It spun and spun. No data. Leela's voice through the speaker broke into fragments. "Lost you, what happened?" "Power S out," Daniel said. "Oh, that is bad. It happens. Not today, it doesn't." The walk-in cooler gave one last metallic tick. That sound changed the stakes in a way even Daniel couldn't argue with. Without power, we had dough warming in tubs, butter-heavy pastries already compromised, a wok-in full of dairy and eggs, and ovens that needed preheating soon, or there would be no bread, no wholesale. no morning service. Health code gave no mercy for mysterious circumstances. Neither did customers. Neither did the bank. Daniel opened the back door and looked into the alley. Wind pushed sleet against his coat. Sushi place is dark too. So it's the block, Marco said, relieved. Maybe. I joined Daniel at the doorway and saw the florist's rear security light still glowing down the alley. Not the block. Just us and maybe the sushi place. A delivery truck passed at the far end, headlights sliding over the snowbanks. For a moment, the light caught something near our electrical meter on the outside wall, the gray metal panel, its latch hanging loose. Daniel, I said. He followed my gaze. The panel door moved slightly in the wind, open, not wide, but enough. He stepped into the alley. I caught his sleeve. No, it's probably a tripped breaker. The main panel is inside. The exterior disconnect is. Then wait for the officer. If the walk-in warms up, we lose everything. You don't know what happened out there. He pulled his arm free. I know exactly what happens if we stand here doing nothing. That was the second argument, and this one had teeth. Marco came up behind me, still holding a wet towel to his burn. I'll go with you. No, I said. I'm not letting him go alone. You're hurt. It's a baby burn. Daniel had already taken a flashlight from the shelf by the delivery clipboard. The beam shook a little when he turned it on. Leela said, "Somebody tell me what's happening, because I swear to God I will get in my car." Stay on the phone, I said, not comforting. Just stay. Daniel stepped outside. Marco followed. I stood in the doorway for 1 second, caught between the warm red emergency lights inside and the wet black alley outside. Then I went too. The sleet hit my face in hard little grains. The alley smelled worse in the cold dumpster rot, fish, wet cardboard, exhaust from a furnace vent. Our breath showed white. Daniel's flashlight beam swept across the brick wall, over the meter, down to the slushy ground. No bare footprints. Not out here. But there were boot prints. Not mine. Not Daniel's. Not Marco's. They came from the far end of the alley where the snowbank was low, crossed behind the dumpster, and stopped at the exterior electrical disconnect. Big tread. Work boots maybe. The edges were already softening under sleet, but the pattern was clear enough. Deep heel, square toe, a zigzag grip. Daniel lifted the panel door. Inside, the disconnect handle had been pulled down. A red tag hung from it, the kind electricians used during service work. We did not have service scheduled. The tag was blank. Marco whispered, "That's not an accident." Daniel reached for the handle. I grabbed his wrist. He looked at me, angry and scared now, both at once. "We have to turn it back on. What if someone pulled it for a reason? What reason? I don't know. That's the point." Marco shone his phone light toward the dumpster. Guys, the back of the dumpster sat crooked, one wheel sunk into dirty ice. Behind it, mostly hidden by the angle, was a black duffel bag. Not trash. Too clean, too deliberately tucked against the wall. The zipper was closed. A strip of blue painter's tape was stuck to one end. Written on it in Sharpie, in the same thick black strokes as the parchment, was one word. Sugar. Daniel's mouth opened, then shut. We kept our sugar in 50-pound sacks inside, stacked beside the flour. No reason for a bag labeled sugar to be outside behind a dumpster at 3:40 in the morning. No reason for a power disconnect. No reason for a bare footprint inside a locked bakery. The sleet tapped the dumpster lid like fingernails. From Daniel's phone, Leela's voice came small and sharp. "Do not touch that bag." Marco looked from the bag to the open electrical panel. "We need to go back inside." Then, from inside the bakery, something crashed, metal on tile, loud enough to carry through the open door and down the alley. Not a settling pipe, not a tray sliding off a rack by itself. Hard, deliberate crash from the back room we had just left. We all turned toward the doorway. The red emergency light glowed inside, painting the floor beyond the threshold. For half a second, nothing moved. Then the walk-in cooler door, which we had shut after loading the trays, swung open from the inside with a slow rubber gasp. Marco said, very quietly, "Hannah." Daniel raised the flashlight. The beam reached the doorway, caught the flour-dusted floor, and showed a new mark crossing the tile. Not bare this time. A drag line. As if someone had pulled something heavy from the office toward the walk, in while we were outside arguing about the power. And at the edge of the beam, just beyond the cooler door, the blue nitrile glove Daniel had worn to unfold the parchment lay flat on the floor, fingers spread, dusted white. Empty. The first thing Daniel did was whisper, "Nobody move," which would have been better advice if we weren't already standing in freezing sleet with the bakery power cut, the back door hanging open, and something inside dragging across the floor. Nobody moved anyway. For 2 seconds, maybe 3, we were statues in the alley. The dumpster sat to our left with the black duffel tucked behind it. The exterior electrical disconnect was on the brick wall to our right, its little metal door clacking in the wind. Straight ahead, through the open delivery door, the red emergency light painted the bakery's back room in slices. The tile floor, the flour bin, the lowboy fridge, the walk-in door standing open like a mouth. Marco's phone light trembled beside my shoulder. "Back up," I said. Daniel didn't. He lifted the flashlight higher and stepped toward the threshold. "Daniel," Leela snapped through the phone, her voice tinny and distorted. "Do not go in there. If someone's inside, then you leave." "And let them do what?" "Live," she said. "That's what you let yourself do." That stopped him for half a breath. Not enough. He crossed into the bakery. I followed because I hated him for doing it and hated myself more for letting him do it alone. Marco came last, breathing hard through his nose, still holding the wet towel to his forearm. The sleet followed us in, ticking off the rubber mat. The back room had changed while we were outside, not in some impossible way. Worse. In small, practical ways, a person could manage quickly if they knew the place. The rolling rack beside the proofing cabinet had been shoved sideways, blocking the direct path to the office. 2 sheet pans lay on the floor near the mixer, one upside down, one tilted against the drain grate. The drag mark began at the office doorway, cut through the dusting of flour near the baseboard, then ran in a broken line past the prep table and stopped at the walk-in. The walk-in's interior light was out because the power was gone. The open door leaked cold air that wouldn't stay cold much longer. "Police," I said. "We call again." Now, Daniel already had his phone up. "No signal," Marco checked his. "Same," I looked at mine. one bar, then nothing. The old building did that sometimes when storms rolled over the lake, but never all 3 phones at once this badly. Maybe the outage, maybe the brick, maybe the weather, maybe panic making ordinary things feel arranged. Attempt 1 was calling for help. It failed in less than a minute. We moved to the front cafe because the windows faced the street, and sometimes phones caught a signal there. The route from the back room to the cafe was simple if you knew it. From the delivery door, straight past the flower racks on the left, and the walk-in on the right, then through the swinging door behind the counter, out into the customer area with its flipped chairs and pastry case. Office sat off the back room to the right, tucked behind Daniel's desk and the crooked staff photo. The bathroom hallway branched off the cafe near the side wall. The basement stairs were behind a narrow gray door beside the dish sink. I kept naming the spaces in my head as we moved. Back door, prep table, walk-in, office, cafe, front door. It helped until it didn't. Out front, the street was nearly empty. The windows reflected our shapes back at us, smeared by sleet. Daniel rattled the front door. Locked good. Then he cupped his hands around his face and looked outside. "My truck's right there. Keys?" I asked. "In my coat." "Where's your coat?" He turned slowly. His coat was not on the chair behind the counter where he'd thrown it. Nobody spoke. Marco's voice came out flat. "No." Daniel checked behind the espresso machine, under the counter, beside the pastry case, as if a dark winter coat could shrink or politely relocate itself. "It was here," he said. "I saw it," I said. "My keys are in it." "And your truck is outside," Marco said. "So whoever took the coat, don't," Daniel said. Out on the street, Daniel's pickup sat at the curb with its hazards still blinking faintly through the sleet. Then the hazard stopped. The truck went dark. Daniel pressed both hands against the glass. "No, no, no." A figure moved inside the cab. For one ugly second, I saw the hooded outline behind the steering wheel, and my mind filled the rest in. Someone watching us, someone who'd been inside with us, someone who had Daniel's keys and could leave whenever they wanted. Marco made a small sound, hurt and afraid. Then the driver's door opened, and a man in a reflective city jacket stepped out, holding a flashlight and a little orange parking clipboard. Not whoever had been inside. A parking enforcement officer. The relief hit so hard my knees felt loose. "Hey," Daniel shouted, banging on the glass. "Hey," the man outside flinched, shone his flashlight toward us, and raised one hand in a what-the-hell gesture. "Open the door," Daniel said. I unlocked it, fingers clumsy. Cold air pushed in as the man stepped close, but not inside. He was maybe 50 male, with a gray mustache wet from sleet, and the exhausted look of someone who'd spent the morning arguing with a legally parked Subarus. His name tag read WKEFE. "You folks all right?" he asked. "Your truck's been sitting with hazards on." Battery sounded like it was dying. Daniel talked too fast. "Our power's out. Someone broke in. We called police. We can't get a signal." Keith looked past us into the dark bakery. His face changed from irritation to caution. "You need to come outside." "There may be someone in the building," I said. "Then definitely come outside." That was attempt 2. Leave through the front, get to the street, Use Keith's radio or phone. Get away from the building. It almost worked. Keith stepped back onto the sidewalk, reaching for the radio clipped near his shoulder. Daniel went first through the door. Marco followed. I was halfway across the threshold when the alarm began shrieking. Not the normal entry beep. The full burglary alarm. Even without power, the battery backup screamed from the panel in the back. A sharp pulsing wail that seemed to hit the bones behind my eyes. Marco clapped a hand over one ear. Daniel cursed. Across the street, an apartment window lit up. The front door slammed shut behind us. I turned. The door had pulled closed in the wind, but the old deadbolt latch, loose for months, complained about by every opener, had dropped just enough to catch. From outside, it needed the key. Daniel's key was in his missing back door, Marco shouted over the alarm. We ran around the corner into the alley, with Keith following, radio crackling uselessly under the alarm's scream and sleet. My clogs slipped twice. My right knee hit the brick wall when I caught myself, sending a sharp pain up my thigh. The alley seemed longer than before, narrowed by dumpsters and snowbanks, the bakery wall on one side and the backs of other businesses on the other. The delivery door was still open. For half a second, that looked like mercy. Then the wind shoved it inward, and we saw the pallet jack had been wedged across the inside threshold. Not all the way, just enough. Its metal forks were jammed under the base of a flower rack, handle angled through the doorframe like a brace. It could be moved from inside, not from where we stood without reaching deep into the dark gap and working blind. Keith took one look. Who else is in there? No one is supposed to be, Daniel said. The alarm continued screaming. Keith lifted his radio. Unit requesting PD at Marlowe's Bread On. Static swallowed him. He tried again and stepped toward the mouth of the alley. Better signal, maybe. His boot slid on ice near the dumpster, and he grabbed the wall, swearing. Marco leaned toward the half-blocked door. We can move it. No, I said. We have to shut off the alarm. We have to get away. And go where? The front door locked behind us. Daniel's keys are gone. The cop isn't here. Phones don't work. We have a parking guy with a radio that hates us. Keith, still trying his radio near the alley entrance, yelled. I got dispatch partly. Stay outside. Stay outside. It sounded simple until a new sound rose under the alarm. A hiss. At first I thought it was the espresso machine venting again. Impossible without power. Then I smelled it. Gas. Not strong. Not movie explosion strong. A faint rotten egg thread slipping through the open delivery doorway, curling into the cold alley. Daniel smelled it too. His face emptied. The ovens, he said. They're off, I said. The pilots are electronic. Then what? The gas line. Marco backed away from the door. Please tell me gas lines don't just leak because the power goes out. They don't, Daniel said. The hiss continued, thin and steady. The choice became smaller and crueler. Stay outside, wait for help, and let gas fill the bakery with the alarm battery screaming and unknown tampering inside. Or go in through the blocked back entrance and reach the gas shutoff in the basement before the building became unsafe for anyone nearby. The shutoff was not in the back room. Of course it was. It was downstairs in the basement because the building had been renovated by people who believed future employees deserved character-building experiences. The basement door was inside, beside the dish sink. Down 12 wooden steps, past the dry storage overflow and the old mop sink. Main gas valve on the pipe near the boiler. I had turned it once during a fire department inspection. I knew where it was. That made it worse. Keith came back, breathing hard. Dispatch heard enough to send somebody, I think. You said gas. Daniel nodded. Get away from the building. We need to shut it off, Daniel said. No, fire department does that. When? Keith did not answer. Across the alley, the sushi place remained dark. Above it, apartment windows were starting to glow. People sleeping over an old brick commercial block while gas hissed into our bakery because someone had pulled power and maybe opened a valve. I can get to the basement, I said. Marco turned on me. Absolutely not. I know where the valve is. So does Daniel. Daniel looked at the pallet jack wedged in the door, then at me. The shame on his face told me he knew what he was about to let happen before he said it. Hannah's smaller. Marco barked a laugh. Oh, that's disgusting. He's right, I said. I don't care if he's right. I can fit through the gap. The pallet jack blocked most of the lower doorway, but not all. If someone held the door and I turned sideways, I might slip past the handle and rack. Might. The opening was maybe 14 inches at the widest. I am not tall, and at that point fear had shaved me down to bones and stubbornness. Leela's voice suddenly came through Daniel's phone, which still had the call alive somehow, though faint and broken. Don't you dare do this because you think you have to prove you're not overreacting. That hit too close. I looked at the dark doorway. The alarm screamed. Gas hissed. Sleet tapped the dumpster. My knee throbbed from where I'd hit the wall. Marco's burn had stopped being funny 5 minutes ago. Daniel's hands were shaking. I'm doing it because people live upstairs, I said. Leela didn't answer right away. Then, quietly, put your shirt over your nose. Don't turn any switches. Don't use your phone inside. Keith looked horrified. I cannot authorize this. Then don't, I said. Daniel and Marco pulled at the pallet jack handle from the outside, managing to shift it half an inch, maybe less. Metal scraped tile. The gap widened enough for me to get one shoulder through. I took off my apron because it could snag, wrapped it around my hand, and crouched. The floor inside was slick with melted sleet and flour. My hip scraped the doorframe. The pallet jack handle pressed against my ribs hard enough that I couldn't fill my lungs. For one panicked second, I stuck there, half in and half out, with Marco's hand gripping the back of my shirt. Back out, he said. Hannah, back out. No, I grunted. I exhaled until my chest hurt and twisted. Then I was through. I landed on my hands and knees inside the bakery. The alarm was worse in there, a physical thing. It turned every thought into a flashing red pulse. I kept low because of the gas, though I knew enough to know that wasn't magic protection. The smell was stronger near the ovens, rotten and metallic. The route to the basement door took me past the flour bin, the mixer, the prep table, then left by the dish sink. I moved fast, but not running. Running in clogs on flour-dusted tile is how you crack your head open before the danger gets a fair chance. The walk-in door was still open. I did not look inside. That was not bravery. That was triage. I reached the basement door and pulled. Locked. For a moment, I simply stared at the knob. It was never locked, not during work hours. Not ever, because the latch barely lined up and the key hung on a hook beside the office filing cabinet. The office where the drag mark had started. I yanked again, uselessly. Behind me, something banged inside the walk-in. A hard double thud. I spun so fast my sore knee buckled. The walk-in door shifted outward by an inch. Then another. A pale shape pressed against the inside of the rubber curtain. My mind made it a hand. It was a hand. It had to be. Fingers, palm pressure against plastic. I backed into the basement door, throat closing. The shape slid down the curtain, leaving a wet smear. Then, the top tray of ruined croissants tipped from the speed rack inside and crashed onto the walk-in floor. Butter, dough, gravity, a stupid, explainable thing. I bent forward with one hand on my thigh, shaking so badly my teeth clicked. The terror didn't leave just because the cause had a name. It only changed flavor, curdling into anger. Basement's locked, I shouted toward the alley, though I couldn't tell if anyone heard over the alarm. Daniel appeared as a shadow beyond the blocked back door. Keys in the office. Of course it was. I went to the office. The rolling rack that had blocked the way earlier still crowded the doorway, but I squeezed around it. Inside, Daniel's desk drawers hung open. Papers were scattered across the floor. Staff photo lay face down on the chair. The blue glove was gone from where we'd seen it by the walk-in. I found the hook beside the filing cabinet. Empty. I laughed once, a small cracked sound I barely recognized. On the desk, written in flour across the dark wood with one finger, were two words. No police under the words sat Daniel's coat. Folded, too neatly. The keys were on top of it. The person doing this wanted us to move in certain directions. Check the proofer. Go outside. Find the disconnect. Come back in. See the gas. Find the basement locked. Come to the office. Each step revealed something. Each step closed something behind us. I took Daniel's keys with my apron-wrapped hand and turned toward the basement. Then the front of the bakery exploded with blue light. Not an explosion. Police lights. Through the cafe windows, red and blue strobed across the walls, cutting through the dark, slicing the chairs and tables into moving shadows. A siren chirped once outside. Help, finally. I started toward the front door to unlock it. From the alley, Marco screamed my name. Not scared, warning. The bakery's back door slammed shut. The sound punched through the alarm and echoed once in the sudden tight space. I ran to it, but the pallet jack had shifted when the door closed. Its handle dropped hard across the inside like a bar, wedged between the door and the flour rack. I shoved it. Nothing. Outside, muffled by the door, Marco yelled something I couldn't make out. I turned toward the cafe and saw the front door. The deadbolt keyhole was plugged from the inside with something pale and sticky. Dough, packed deep. The police lights flashed beyond the glass. An officer crossed the sidewalk toward the entrance, one hand lifted to shield her face from sleet. I could see her. She could see me. I raised Daniel's keys. The key would not go in. Behind me, at the basement door, a lock clicked. Slowly, quietly, as if someone on the other side had just turned it. And then the basement door opened inward by itself, revealing 12 dark steps descending beneath the bakery, and the faint, steady hiss of gas coming from below. There was no more retreat. Not through the back, not through the front, not with gas in the building and people above us and the shutoff somewhere down those stairs. I looked through the flashing glass at the officer outside, then back at the open basement door. And because the bakery had been built like a trap long before anyone decided to use it as one, I went down. The basement stairs at Marlowe's were never meant to be taken in a hurry. They were narrow and painted gray about 20 years ago, the paint worn down to raw wood in the middle of each tread. The handrail was loose at the second bracket. The ceiling dipped halfway down low enough that Daniel had cracked his head on it twice and still refused to pay someone to fix the light. I knew all of this because I had carried boxes of parchment and paper cups down there 100 times, usually half asleep, usually irritated. That morning, every flaw in those stairs felt designed. I went down sideways, one hand on the wall, Daniel's keys clenched between my fingers. The police lights flashed through the cafe windows above me, red and blue, flickering across the top, landing before the door swung wider and cut most of it off. The alarm still screamed, but down here it blurred, dulled by brick and pipes and packed earth. Under it was the hiss, steady, patient. The basement smelled like wet cardboard, old mop water, yeast from the sourdough overflow, and gas. Not overwhelming yet. Not enough to make me drop immediately. Enough to make my mouth taste metallic. "Don't turn anything on," I said out loud, though nobody was with me. My voice sounded like someone else's. Steps ended in a rectangular basement with the boiler on the far wall, dry storage shelves to the left, and an old mop sink to the right under a small window painted shut from the outside. The gas line ran along the ceiling, then down behind the boiler. The main shutoff valve was on the vertical pipe, waist high, with a yellow handle that turned 90 degrees. I could see it. I could also see the person standing beside it. For half a second, my brain refused to make him human. He was too still. Hood up, dark work jacket, disposable blue glove on one hand, bare right foot. The bare foot was gray-white with flour. Then he moved, and the whole thing snapped into place. Man, breathing hard, thin, maybe late 30s, maybe older, with a sharp nose and a patchy beard. His left boot was on. His right foot was bare, except for a strip of duct tape wrapped around the arch, darkened with blood near the heel. In his gloved hand, he held the basement key. In the other, he held a small utility knife, not raised like a movie villain, held low and practical. That made it worse. "Stop," he said. I stopped. The yellow gas handle was 2 steps beyond him. Above us, someone pounded on the front glass. Muffled shouting followed. Police. Marco. Maybe both. The alarm screamed on. "Turn it off," I said. He gave a short, bitter laugh. Now everybody cares about turning things off. People live upstairs. No one lives above this unit. Above the sushi place. Above the florist. Gas doesn't respect leases. His face twitched, like the words had landed somewhere he didn't want them. He looked past me toward the stairs. "Where S. Daniel? Outside. Liar, I'm not." He tightened his grip on the utility knife. His hand shook. Not with rage, exactly. With exhaustion. I knew him then. Not his name. his face. He had delivered our flour twice that winter, or maybe repaired something. No, not repaired. I saw him in a gray hoodie by the back door, carrying sacks with another man, Daniel complaining about prices, and the snow making everything late. "You're with Green Mountain Supply," I said. He stared. "Flour delivery." My brother was. The basement seemed to shrink around that word. "I don't know what happened to your brother," I said. "Yes, you do. I don't. You all know. You just don't say it unless a lawyer asks." Above us, the front door rattled hard. Someone was trying the lock. Dough packed in the keyhole held. The man flinched at the sound and looked up. I moved one step. He saw it and swung the knife up. "Don't." I stopped again. The yellow handle was close enough now that I could imagine touching it. That was all. Imagination. Between us were 3 feet of concrete floor, a desperate man, a blade, and enough gas in the room to make every breath feel like a borrowed thing. "What's your name?" I asked. "Don't do that." "I'm Hannah. I know who you are." That chilled me more than the gas. He pointed the knife toward the ceiling. "You come in at 3. Alone most days. Daniel comes when something costs money. Marco's late if it snows. Leela closes, but doesn't clean under the racks unless she's mad." He knew the rhythms. He knew too much. "You've been inside before," I said. He smiled without warmth. "Your fake camera has been dead for 2 years. The fake camera dome above the back door. Daniel's cheap little lie." My stomach sank. "What do you want?" I asked. "Want?" His voice cracked. I wanted Daniel Price to answer a phone call. I wanted him to admit the load was too heavy, and the ramp wasn't salted, and the back step was broken. I wanted him to not make my brother carry 50-pound sacks over ice because he was short on time and too cheap to reschedule. I saw it then, not clearly, but enough. A delivery, winter, heavy flour sacks, the scratched latch plate, the alley snowbanks. A fall no one wanted to call anyone's fault. Your brother got hurt here. He died 3 weeks later from a clot in his lung. He tapped his chest with the knife handle. Complication. That was the word they used. Complication. Like weather. Like bad luck. Like Daniel not fixing anything had nothing to do with it. The alarm pulsed. My head throbbed with it. "I'm sorry," I said. He recoiled as if I had spat on him. "Don't. I am. You work for him. I bake bread for him. You protect him." "No," I said. "I document everything because I don't trust people like him to tell the truth." That stopped him. It stopped me too. I hadn't meant to say it like that. But once it was out, it filled the room with a different kind of pressure. The man's eyes flicked to Daniel's keys in my hand, then to my apron, then to my face. "You took pictures," he said. "Yes." "Of what?" "The footprint, the proofer, the note, the disconnect." His expression shifted. Not relief, calculation. "Then give me your phone." "It's upstairs." "Liar. It's upstairs," I said again. "On the prep table." It was. It was in my back pocket, powered off because Leela had told me not to use it inside. I could feel the rectangle of it against me like a pulse. The basement door above slammed open harder. "Hannah," Marco shouted from the top of the stairs. The man turned his head. I moved, not toward him, toward the mop sink. I grabbed the first thing my hand found, a plastic bucket half full of old sanitizer water, and swung it at the boiler pipe. It hit with a hollow crack and burst sideways, water slapping across the concrete. Not an attack, a distraction, a stupid, desperate noise. The man flinched and stepped back. His bare foot landed in the spilled sanitizer. He slipped, only a little enough. I lunged for the yellow handle. He grabbed my apron strap from behind and yanked. The apron twisted around my throat. I hit the pipe with my shoulder, pain flashing white down my arm. My fingers brushed the handle and lost it. "Marco," I screamed. The man pulled me backward. The utility knife nicked my forearm, not deep but hot, a clean line that opened fast. I slammed my elbow behind me and hit ribs. He grunted. The apron tore at the neck. Then Marco came down the stairs like someone falling on purpose. He didn't tackle the man. He wasn't built for heroics, not with one arm burned and the stairs narrow. He threw a sheet pan. It spun badly and clipped the man's shoulder with a flat metallic smack. The man turned toward him furious, and I grabbed the gas handle with both hands. It did not move. For one brainless second, I thought I was turning it wrong. Then I remembered the inspection. Quarter turn, perpendicular to pipe. I pulled harder. Stuck. "Come on," I whispered. The man shoved Marco into the dry storage shelves. Boxes of cups collapsed. A plastic tub of sugar hit the floor and split open, spilling white crystals across the concrete. Marco cried out, clutching his burned arm against his chest. I wrapped my apron around the yellow handle, planted one foot against the wall, and pulled with everything I had. The handle moved, an inch. The hiss dropped, not gone, but changed. The man heard it. "No," he said. He came for me. Daniel appeared behind Marco at the stairs, holding the rolling pin I had abandoned earlier. He looked ridiculous and terrified. Then he hit the man in the forearm, not the head, not clean. The rolling pin cracked against bone or muscle with a sound I felt in my teeth. The utility knife fell, bounced once, and skittered under the boiler. The man howled and drove his shoulder into Daniel's stomach. Daniel went backward into the shelving, knocking down flour sacks. One burst against the concrete in a pale explosion. Flour filled the basement air. For a second, none of us could see. That was its own danger. Flour dust in the air. Gas nearby. Electricity off, yes, but police outside, radios, flashlights, static, sparks possible. I clamped my mouth shut and pulled the handle again through the dust. Hard, harder, it gave. The yellow handle snapped perpendicular to the pipe. The hiss stopped, not faded, stopped. The absence of it was so sudden I nearly sobbed. The man did. A raw, animal sound came out of him as he dropped to one knee in the spilled flour and sugar. In the dim emergency glow from upstairs, the dust clung to his beard, his eyelashes, the tape around his bare foot. He looked less like a threat then, and more like a person whose grief had hollowed him out and filled the space with bad decisions. Then he reached under his jacket. Marco shouted, "Knife," but it wasn't a knife. It was a lighter, small, red, disposable. Everything narrowed. No one moved. Flour hung in the air. Gas still lingered, even with the valve closed. Cut forearm dripped onto my wrist. Daniel wheezed against the shelves. Marco was half crouched by the split sugar tub, eyes wide and wet. The man held the lighter in his trembling fist. "Everyone upstairs gets to say it was complicated," he said. "Fine, Let it be complicated. Daniel tried to speak, coughed. Evan. The man's eyes jerked to him. Evan. So Daniel did know him. You knew his name, I said, and hated how broken my voice sounded. Daniel's face twisted. His brother was Miles. Evan came with him sometimes. Evan laughed, soft and ugly. Sometimes. Daniel swallowed. I should have called you back. You should have fixed the step. I know. The lighter clicked once. No flame. My body reacted before my thoughts did. I threw Daniel's keys, not at Evan's head, at the lighter hand. The key ring hit his knuckles. The lighter popped loose and skidded across the wet concrete, stopping near the mop sink. Evan lunged for it. So did Marco. Marco got there first because he was closer, but he paid for it. Evan slammed into him sideways. They hit the floor in the sugar and sanitizer water. Marco screamed when his burned arm struck concrete. Evan clawed past him for the lighter. I grabbed the split sugar tub. It was heavier than I expected, half full, jagged at one corner. I dragged it 2 feet and dumped the rest of it over the lighter and Evan's hand. Sugar poured in a gritty wave. Not heroic, not clever in any elegant way, just weight and mess. Evan cursed and shoved himself up. Daniel hit him again with the rolling pin. This time in the knee. Evan collapsed. The sound he made was awful, human, hurt. It cut through my adrenaline and left something sick behind. From upstairs came a crash of breaking glass. The police were coming in. For 1 second, I thought that meant it was over. Evan did not. He grabbed Marco by the shirt with his good hand and pulled him close, using him like a shield, his other hand scrabbling blindly in the sugar for the lighter. Marco's face went gray. Daniel froze with the rolling pin lifted. Back, Evan gasped. Back, or I swear, I saw the basement differently then. Not as a room, as a map. Stairs behind Daniel, boiler behind Evan. Mop sink to my right. Dry storage shelves to my left. Gas valve shut. Knife under boiler. Lighter and sugar near Evan's knee. Marco pinned. And the pallet jack upstairs, the dough in the lock, the fake camera, the notes, the flower footprint, none of it was random. Evan had planned movement, delay, panic. He had planned Daniel. He had not planned Marco throwing a sheet pan or me dumping sugar on his hand or police breaking glass, while gas fumes still sat low in the room. He had not planned exhaustion. His chest heaved. His bare foot bled through the tape. His injured arm shook. He was reaching the end of whatever story he had written for us. Evan, I said. His eyes snapped to me. You wanted proof. Shut up. You wanted Daniel to admit it. Shut up. Then don't burn the proof. He blinked. I pulled my phone from my back pocket. Powered off. Safe enough. Useless as a call. Useful as a thing he could see. I have photos, I said. And I have you telling us. The alarm time. The notes. The gas. All of it. If you light anything, it becomes one more mess they explain away. If you stop, it becomes a statement. Daniel stared at me like he had never really seen me before. Marco breathed in short bursts under Evan's grip. Evan looked at the phone, looked at Daniel, looked at the sugar-covered lighter. Upstairs, boots hammered across the cafe. A woman's voice shouted, "Police, call out." Evan's grip tightened once in Marco's shirt, then loosened. He let Marco go. Marco rolled away, gasping, cradling his arm. I kicked the lighter toward the mop sink, where it disappeared under the metal basin. 2 officers came down the stairs with flashlights and weapons drawn, shouting commands that overlapped and bounced off the concrete. One was the woman from the window, a tall black officer in a wet navy jacket, eyes sharp above her flashlight. The other stayed on the stairs, covering the room. "Hands. Show me your hands." Daniel dropped the rolling pin immediately. I raised my hands, phone still in one, blood running down my forearm. Marco could not raise both. He lifted his good hand and sobbed, "Burned. I'm burned." Evan stayed on his knees. For a second, I thought he would reach for something. The knife, the lighter, Daniel, me. Instead, he placed both hands flat in the spilled sugar. The officer moved fast. She pinned him, cuffed him, and pulled him away from the boiler. Evan did not fight. Not anymore. The alarm finally stopped upstairs. The silence after it was not peaceful. It was thick, full of ringing ears and ragged breathing, and water dripping from my torn apron. The gas smell remained, faint but real. The officer on the stairs ordered us up one at a time. Fire department was coming. Ambulance too. Nobody was allowed to touch anything else. As they hauled Evan past me, he looked at my bare, bleeding forearm where the utility knife had opened the skin. "I didn't mean you," he said. I didn't know what answer he wanted, so I gave him the only true one. "You still did." His face folded inward. Then he was gone up the stairs. Marco went next, helped by Daniel and the second officer, teeth clenched against the pain. His burn had blistered. His wrist might have been sprained from the fall. Daniel could barely stand straight where Evan had driven into him. Flour coated his beard, his hair, his flannel. He looked old and small and guilty. I was last. At the top of the stairs, the bakery looked wrecked in the emergency lights and police strobes. The front door glass was broken. Chairs were shoved aside. The pastry case reflected red and blue in jagged pieces. The walk-in stood open, ruined croissants slumped inside. Flour marked the floor everywhere now, so many prints and smears that the first bare footprint had disappeared into the chaos. But I knew where it had been. I could still see it. Outside, sleet had turned to wet snow. Firefighters moved through the alley toward the disconnect and the duffel bag behind the dumpster. One of them called out that the bag was full of flour sacks and old delivery paperwork. Not explosives, not poison, just evidence Evan had collected or stolen or staged. The word sugar had been bait. Another little push in the direction he wanted us to look. Keefe stood near Daniel's truck, pale and shaken, talking to an officer. Leela arrived in a coat thrown over pajamas, hair tied badly, boots unlaced. She stopped on the sidewalk when she saw Marco being led toward the ambulance. "Oh my God," she said. Marco tried to smile. Morning buns might be late. She covered her mouth and started crying anyway. Daniel turned toward me. "Hannah," he said. There were 100 things he could have said next. "Sorry, thank you. I should have believed you faster. I knew more than I told you. All of them were true. None of them were enough." I looked down at my phone. My hand shook so badly the screen blurred when I turned it back on. The photos were still there. Footprint, proofer, note, disconnect. The flower message on the desk. Proof that something had happened before everyone tried to explain it into something smaller. I held the phone against my chest with my uncut arm. The conflict was over in the way police reports call things over. Gas shut off. Evan cuffed. Fire department inside. Marco alive. Daniel alive. Me alive. But when the EMT wrapped my forearm and asked me to rate my pain, I looked through the broken bakery window at the flower still hanging in the air under the lights, soft as breath, and thought about how easily a place you know by heart can become a maze when someone else learns the map. 7, I said. It was a lie, but only because I didn't know how to count the rest. By 5:12 a.m., the bakery smelled like 3 different disasters trying to occupy the same room. Gas, faint but sharp. Burnt sugar from a tray someone had knocked too close to the hot deck before the power cut. Wet wool from firefighters moving in and out of the alley, dragging winter in on their boots. And flour. Always flour. In the air. On the floor. Caught in the broken glass by the front door like frost. They put me in the back of an ambulance first, even though I kept telling them Marco was worse. The EMT, a woman named Reese, 34, female, with a calm voice and a strip of pink tape wrapped around her trauma shears, told me Marco was already being handled by her partner and that I was bleeding through the towel. It's not that bad, I said. She looked at my forearm. I looked too. The cut from Evan's utility knife ran 4 inches along the outside, cleaner than I wanted it to be. Not deep enough to show anything dramatic. Deep enough that the blood kept welling up every time I moved my wrist. My shoulder had started to throb from hitting the gas pipe. My knee felt swollen inside my jeans. There was a red mark around my throat where the torn apron strap had caught me. Reese cleaned the cut with something cold that stung hard enough to make my eyes water. Pain from 1 to 10. 7, I said again. She glanced up. You said that earlier. I'm consistent. You're underestimating. I'm also consistent about that. She gave the smallest smile and went back to work. Across the sidewalk, Marco sat in the second ambulance with both feet dangling out, his burned arm wrapped loosely, while another EMT examined his wrist. Marco D'Angelo, 26 male, had gone gray around the mouth and kept trying to make jokes that didn't quite leave his face. Every time the EMT touched his forearm, he squeezed his eyes shut and apologized for cursing before he actually cursed. Leela stood beside him with one hand on his shoulder. Leela Hammond, 29, female, looked like she had driven from Winooski while still half inside a nightmare. Her pajama shirt showed under her coat. One boot was unlaced. Her hair had been shoved into a knot that leaned badly to one side. She kept her voice level when she talked to Marco, but her hand shook against his shoulder, and when she thought no one was looking, she wiped her cheek with her sleeve. Daniel sat on the curb near the smashed front window. Daniel Price, 41 male, had refused the ambulance twice, until a police officer told him refusal would not make the night less documented. He had a bruise already darkening along one side of his ribs, flour in his beard, and a look on his face I had never seen there before. Not panic, not business math, recognition. The kind that arrives late and charges interest. A firefighter came out through the broken front door, carrying the black duffel bag in gloved hands. It looked smaller now, less ominous, just nylon and tape and slush on the bottom. The word sugar had begun to blur where snow hit the marker. Officer Marin Cole, 38, female, the officer I had seen through the front glass, took it from him and set it near the open trunk of her cruiser. She had cut herself on the forced entry, a small line on her cheekbone, and hadn't seemed to notice. Her partner photographed the alley, the electrical disconnect, the boot prints softening under fresh snow, the spot behind the dumpster where the duffel had been wedged. Firefighters checked the basement with meters and fans. They opened doors, propped windows, shut valves, and spoke in clipped, practical phrases that made the whole thing feel both serious and ordinary. That was one of the strangest parts. A person could try to turn your workplace into a trap, and afterwards someone still had to fill out forms, test the air, sweep glass out of a doorway, and ask who had keys. At 5:36, they loaded Evan into the back of a cruiser. Evan, late 30s or maybe early 40s male, looked smaller in handcuffs and a thermal blanket. One boot on, one foot wrapped in gauze now, his face streaked with flour and sanitizer water. He did not look at Daniel when they walked him past. He looked at the bakery. That bothered me. Not because he seemed proud. He didn't. Not because he seemed sorry. He didn't. Not in any way I knew how to use. He looked at the building like he was leaving something unfinished inside it. Officer Cole came over after the cruiser pulled away. Hannah Kessler, I nodded. You able to answer a few questions? Reese said, briefly. Cole accepted that with a little nod. She took out a notebook already softened at the corners from weather and use. Walk me through what you saw when you arrived. So I did. The first footprint, the back door locked, the alarm trip Daniel later told us about, the emergency stop button, the hidden parchment, the proofer at 104, the disconnect outside, the boot prints, the duffel, the crash, the blocked exits, the gas, the basement. I spoke carefully, not because I felt calm, but because the old part of me still believed precision was armor. If I said everything in order, maybe no one could sand the edges off later. Maybe no one could call it a misunderstanding, an equipment failure, a complicated morning. Cole did not interrupt much. When I got to the basement, my voice changed. I heard it happen and hated it. Reese taped gauze over my stitches, 3, done in the ambulance, because the hospital was backed up, and the cut was straightforward, and pretended not to listen. He said his brother died after a delivery here, I said. Miles, Daniel knew him. Cole looked over at Daniel. We'll verify. He said Daniel didn't call him back. He said the ramp wasn't salted. The back step was broken. Was the back step broken? I looked at the alley. The concrete lip below the rear door had been chipped for as long as I had worked there. In summer, it was annoying. In winter, it caught ice. I had complained once after rolling my ankle with a tray of baguettes. Marco had complained more than once. Leela had put blue tape on the edge last month after a delivery guy tripped. The tape was still there, half peeled under fresh snow. Yes, I said. It was. Daniel lowered his head. Cole wrote that down too. The legal part did not resolve itself that morning. It never does. Evan would be charged with breaking and entering, reckless endangerment, attempted arson, or something close to it, assault, tampering, maybe more once the prosecutor sorted through the mess. Daniel's insurance carrier would send an adjuster. The fire marshal would inspect the gas line and the exterior disconnect. Green Mountain Supply would be contacted about Miles. Someone would pull records from deliveries, maintenance complaints, texts, invoices, old incident reports, if Daniel had made any. That if sat between us like a hot pan. At 6:04, the sky began to lighten, not sunrise exactly, just the black easing into a dirty winter gray over Burlington. The street, which had felt abandoned 2 hours earlier, began to collect witnesses. A woman in running tights stopped at the corner with one earbud in and one hand over her mouth. A man from the apartment above the florist came down in slippers and argued with a firefighter about whether he could get his medication. A regular named Paul, who bought 2 sesame bagels every weekday before taking the bus to the hospital, stood across the street with his canvas tote and stared at the broken front window like we had done this to inconvenience him personally. "Closed today," Leela called to him. Paul blinked, obviously. Then, after a pause, he said, "You all okay?" No one answered immediately. Leela said, "No." Paul nodded once, awkward but sincere, and backed away toward the bus stop. That was the first honest customer interaction I had ever witnessed before 7 in the morning. Marco was taken to the ER for the burn and wrist. Leela went with him after he insisted he was fine, and then nearly fainted trying to stand. Before the ambulance doors closed, he caught my eye. "Don't let Daniel throw out Maud," he said. "Our starter survived," I said. "You checked?" "No. Lie better." The doors closed. I did check. Not right away. First, the firefighters cleared the building for limited entry with masks and supervision. Then, Officer Cole walked me through the back room to identify my phone location, the original footprint area, and where the first note had been found. The bakery looked worse in daylight. Less dramatic, more violated. Broken glass glittered under chairs. Dough had hardened in the front lock. The pallet jack still leaned awkwardly against the delivery door where it had trapped us. The walk-in was open and sweating. Croissants had collapsed into butter-slicked ruins. Flour covered the basement steps in partial prints from all of us and full prints from nobody. The first bare footprint near the flour bin was gone. Trampled, smeared, absorbed into the larger mess. I stood where it had been anyway. Cole noticed. "This the spot?" "Yes. We have your photos," I nodded. For once, that was enough. Maud, our sourdough starter, sat in her plastic tub on the prep table, lid buckled but intact. The gas hadn't touched her. The power outage hadn't helped, but starter is stubborn. People like to call it alive as a joke, but it is alive in the basic demanding way of things that need feeding and warmth and attention. I lifted one corner of the lid. Sour tang rose up, familiar and rude, still bubbling. I closed it and laughed once. Cole looked over. "Starter," I said. She nodded like that explained anything. Maybe it did. Daniel came in while I was standing there. A paramedic had wrapped his ribs and told him to get checked properly. He had not. His eyes went to the floor, the ruined product, the broken door, Maud's tub, then finally me. "I'm sorry," he said. "I was too tired to help him carry it." "For which part?" I asked. He flinched. Good, I thought. Then felt bad for thinking it. Then decided I didn't. Daniel put one hand on the prep table, careful not to touch anything marked by evidence flags. "All of it. That's broad." I knew Miles fell. There it was. Not a confession in the legal sense. Not enough, but the beginning of the shape. "He delivered during that ice storm in December," Daniel said. "He slipped at the back step. Said he was okay. I offered to call someone." "Did you?" He swallowed. "No. Did he ask you to?" He said not to make a big deal. I looked at him. Daniel's face crumpled around the excuse before he finished making it. "I should have made a big deal." "Yes." He called the next week about medical bills. I thought he wanted money. I told him to send paperwork. And he didn't. Evan did. I gave it to the insurance company. And then stopped answering. He closed his eyes. The oven stood behind him, cold and dark. "I was scared," he said. It was such a small sentence to arrive after so much damage. Small and ordinary, almost insulting, but believable. That was what made it hurt. Daniel had not been a monster. He'd been scared of cost, blame, lawyers, losing what he'd built. So he delayed, minimized, avoided, and let someone else's grief harden in the space where accountability should have been. "I was scared too," I said. "You asked if I was sure." He opened his eyes. "About the proofer," I said. "You asked if I was sure." "I didn't mean. I know what you meant. You meant you wanted another explanation that cost less." He had no answer. Outside, a firefighter shouted for someone to bring another fan. A police radio crackled. Snow slid off the awning in a wet slap. Daniel looked down at his flour-caked shoes. "I'll cooperate." "You'll have to. I'll fix the step." I laughed then, not nicely. He nodded once, accepting it. "Not enough." "No, I know. I wanted that to make me feel better." It didn't. By 7, I was at the hospital with Marco and Leela because Reese insisted my shoulder needed imaging and because none of us wanted to go home alone. The ER was bright in that harsh way hospitals are bright before the world is fully awake. Nurses moved with coffee cups. A man in a ski jacket held a towel to his chin. Someone's toddler cried behind a curtain in angry bursts. Marco had a second-degree burn on his forearm, a sprained wrist, and a bruised hip. No fractures. He was furious about the hospital bracelet and kept trying to peel it off until Leela slapped his hand. "You are not defeating modern medicine with thumbnail strength," she said. He looked at me from the bed. "Did Maud live? She's rude as ever." "Thank God." Leela sank into the chair beside him and covered her face with both hands. For a while, nobody spoke. That was the closest we came to crying together. Not big sobs, not speeches. Just 3 people in fluorescent light, smelling faintly of flour and smoke and antiseptic, letting our bodies understand what our minds had been too busy to process. At some point, my phone buzzed. A text from Officer Cole. "Please don't delete or alter any photos, videos. We'll arrange evidence download. Also, Fire Marshal confirms gas line valve at basement branch was manually opened. Main now secured." I stared at the message. Manually opened. Not a leak. Not malfunction. Not old building nonsense. A hand, a choice. I showed Leela and Marco. Marco went very still. Leela read it twice. Okay, she said, though nothing was okay. The bakery stayed closed for 9 days. That is the kind of aftermath people don't put in stories enough. The waiting, the insurance calls, the temporary plywood over the front window, the health department inspection, the fire marshal's report, the police interview where every question sounded like it might become a trap if you answered too quickly, the smell that lingered in my hair for days no matter how many times I washed it. Daniel paid us during the closure. I don't know if that came from conscience, legal advice, or Leela threatening to burn his entire reputation to the ground. Probably all three. He also finally gave the police and Miles's family the maintenance records, texts about the broken step, delivery logs, insurance correspondence, and security notes showing the back camera had been non-functional. I know because Officer Cole told me my photos helped establish the timeline, but the paperwork would decide the rest. Evan's story hit the local news for maybe 48 hours. Grieving brother arrested after bakery gas scare. Burlington bakery vandalism linked to delivery death. People argued online with the confidence of strangers. Half of them made him a monster. Half made him a folk hero. Almost nobody seemed interested in the space between, where most real damage lives. He opened on a Thursday. Not at 3. Daniel hired a security company first. Real cameras, real backdoor sensor, new locks, exterior lighting, a repaired rear step with heated tape along the edge. The gas shutoff got a bright red sign and a protective lockbox that only staff and fire had access to. The basement door was rehung. The pallet jack was moved away from the delivery path. Every small thing we had complained about for months suddenly became urgent once police tape had framed it. On reopening morning, I arrived at 4:30 with Marco, Leela, and Daniel all there already. Nobody wanted anyone to unlock alone. The bakery smelled wrong at first because of fresh paint near the front window and the sharp rubber scent of new mats by the back door. But beneath that, slowly, the old smells came back. Coffee, yeast, butter softening at the edge of usefulness, lemon cleaner, warm metal. Marco lifted the lid on Maud. She forgives no one, he said. Good, Leela said. Daniel checked the repaired proofer 3 times and wrote each temperature in a log. I saw his hand pause over the clipboard when he noticed me watching. He didn't ask if I was sure. He just wrote it down. At 6:58, the first customer came in. Paul, of course, with his canvas tote and hospital badge. Sesame bagels, he asked. Marco looked at me. I looked at Leela. Leela looked at Daniel. Then I laughed. Quietly. Not because it was funny exactly, but because ordinary life had walked back in wearing fogged glasses and asking for carbs. 2, I said. Paul nodded. Please, we served him. We served the next person too, and the one after that. The morning did not heal us. It just continued, which is sometimes all a morning can do. Near the end of the shift, I went to the back room alone for the first time. Only for a minute. Marco was up front arguing with the espresso grinder. Leela was counting the drawer. Daniel was on the phone with the insurance adjuster, using words like remediation and documented hazard. I stood by the flower bin. The floor had been scrubbed. The old dust was gone. The first footprint was gone. The drag mark was gone. The flower message in the office had been wiped away after photographs and samples and more photographs. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I noticed the new camera dome above the back door. Real this time. Small black lens inside a white shell. A red light blinked once, then twice. I looked down. At the base of the flower rack, partly hidden behind a fresh 50-pound sack, was a tiny crescent of flower on the floor. Not a footprint, not a message, just a curved smear, most likely from the bag settling or my own apron brushing it as I passed. Most likely. I stood there longer than necessary, listening to the bakery work around me. Ovens ticking, pipes knocking, Marco laughing too loudly at something up front, Leela telling him to lower his voice, Daniel saying yes into the phone in the careful tone of a man finally learning the cost of no. Then I bent, wiped the crescent away with 2 fingers, and took a photo of the clean floor afterward. Not because I thought anyone would need it, because I did. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is Night Shift at the Laundromat. The washing machines speak in Morse code. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first message came through at 1:17 a.m., not from a phone or a computer, but from washer number 6. 3 short thumps. 3 long, 3 short. At first, I thought the load inside had gone crooked. That happened all the time at Suds and Duds, especially with contractors who washed canvas drop cloths full of dried plaster, or college kids who stuffed queen-size comforters into machines meant for towels and underwear. The washer would get mad, rock on its bolts, and beat out its complaint against the tile floor until I crossed the room and leaned my hip into it like I was breaking up a fight. But number 6 wasn't rocking. The drum was spinning smooth behind the scratched round window, a gray blur of water and denim. The machine itself sat level. No shimmy, no scrape, no ugly metal cough. Just that pattern. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, tap. I was standing behind the counter with a roll of quarters in one hand and a cheap ballpoint in the other, trying to fix the weekly cash sheet because I had written Thursday on a Wednesday night again. The overhead fluorescents hummed above me in their patient, sickly way. Rain ticked at the front windows. The whole laundromat smelled like hot lint, bleach, wet socks, and the lemon disinfectant I used too much of because the owner, Mr. Bell, bought it by the case and acted like using less was some kind of moral failure. My name is Owen Keller, 32, male, and I worked the night shift there because nights were quiet, and quiet was the only thing I could afford. I had been a school bus mechanic in Toledo until a stupid mistake with a lift crushed 2 fingers on my left hand and left me jumpy around hydraulic sounds. After that, I moved east to Erie, Pennsylvania, where my cousin knew a man who knew a man, and eventually I became the guy who cleaned lint traps at 2 in the morning for $12 an hour, and all the vending machine pretzels I could stomach. I liked machines because machines usually told the truth. A belt slipped, a bearing screamed, a drain clogged. There was cause and effect, failure and repair. People were the ones who hid the damage until something broke sideways. Washer number 6 tapped again. 3 short, 3 long, 3 short. I set the quarters down. "Come on," I said, not loud. "Don't do this tonight." The laundromat was on West 8th Street, wedged between a closed vape shop with sun-bleached posters in the window and a nail salon that kept fake roses taped to its door year-round. Past the windows, the street was wet black under the lamps. Every few minutes, a car hissed by toward Peninsula Drive, tires dragging rainwater through the gutter. Lake Erie wasn't visible from there, but on damp nights, you could smell it under everything else. A cold mineral smell, like somebody had opened a basement door. I walked over to number 6. The machine was one of the older front loaders, cream-colored and dented below the coin box. A strip of masking tape above the door said 6 in Mr. Bell's blocky handwriting, because the original number plate had fallen off before I started. Inside, a pair of jeans and what looked like a dark hoodie rolled through sudsy water. No shoes, no buckles, nothing that should knock. I rested my fingers on the top panel. Smooth vibration. The tapping stopped. That bothered me more than if it had kept going. I crouched and checked underneath, expecting to see a loose leveling foot or one of the rubber pads kicked aside. The tile smelled stronger close to the floor, that old mop water smell that never really left grout no matter how much bleach you threw at it. No bolts, no pennies, no broken plastic. The tapping started again while my hand was still on the machine. Not loud, deliberate. Tap, 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 tap. I snatched my hand back and banged my elbow against the corner of dryer 4. Pain shot down into my wrist, hot and embarrassing. "Idiot," I muttered, squeezing my elbow until the sting settled. From the far side of the room, somebody said, "You talking to me or the appliances?" I turned too fast. Mara Voss, 27, female, sat in the plastic chair nearest the change machine with one knee tucked up and a paperback folded in her lap. She had been there since midnight, feeding 2 dryers with uniforms from St. Vincent Hospital, where she worked patient transport. She had the exhausted posture of somebody who spent 10 hours pushing beds and trying not to hear people cry behind curtains. Her hair was dark, cut blunt at her chin, and she wore purple Crocs with little cartoon ghosts stuck in the holes. She came in most Wednesdays because her apartment dryer had been broken since November, and her landlord believed repair requests were a kind of weather that passed if ignored. "You hear that?" I asked. She tilted her head. The washer gave one last soft tap and then settled back into its steady whir. "Hear what?" "That knocking." "In a laundromat." She looked around as if the answer might be printed on a wall. "Yeah, I'm drowning in a a symphony of knocking. No, I mean number 6. Mara watched it for a moment, then looked at me with a faint smile. Owen, be honest. How much coffee have you had? Less than yesterday. That's not a number. 4 cups. I didn't answer. She made a sympathetic clicking sound with her tongue and went back to her book. It's probably a zipper. There's no zipper making that pattern. What pattern? I almost said Morse code, but the words sounded ridiculous before they left my mouth. I was a man in a strip mall laundromat, holding my elbow, listening to a washing machine. There were enough sad details there without adding secret messages. A regular one, I said. Mara lifted her paperback, then lowered it again. You look pale. I always look pale. It's the lighting. That lighting makes everyone look recently unplugged. That got a small laugh out of me, which I needed. The room settled back around us. Dryer belts squeaked. A soap dispenser fan clicked every time it caught a draft from the vents. The big wall clock above the folding tables had a minute hand that jerked instead of swept. Each movement a tiny mechanical shrug. For maybe 5 minutes, everything was normal. Mara folded scrub pants with fast, practiced snaps. I wiped the counter, checked the bathroom key, and took a photo of the leak under washer 2 for the 3rd night in a row so Mr. Bell could ignore it with fresh evidence. Rain eased down to a mist against the glass. Somewhere outside, a delivery truck backed up with 3 faint beeps that bounced off the closed storefronts. Then the lights flickered. Not out, just a dip, a soft yellow sag, like the whole place had taken a breath and thought better of it. All the machines kept running except number 6. Its drum slowed, clicked, stopped. The digital display blinked 18, then 88, then went blank. Mara looked up. Power, brownout maybe. The other machines are fine. I see that. I walked over, already irritated in that forced way you get when unease has nowhere useful to go. Number 6 had 18 minutes left on the cycle, at least before the display had its little seizure. I pressed start. Nothing. I pressed cancel. Nothing. I hit the side panel with the heel of my hand, not hard enough to break anything, just enough to let the machine know I was in the conversation. The display flashed once. Then the coin returned spat out a quarter. It clinked into the tray and spun there for a second. Mara said, "Did it just pay you? Refund cycle." "That's a thing." "No, I took the quarter out. It was wet. Not damp from somebody's pocket. Wet. A bead of water ran from Washington's jaw into my palm. I stared at it too long. Mara came closer, leaving her laundry half folded. Is that from inside the machine? Maybe condensation. On money, maybe somebody dropped it. In the coin return, I'm workshopping Mara. She folded her arms. There was a small ink stain on the sleeve of her hoodie. Her hospital badge hung from the pocket, flipped backward, only the barcode showing. You want to unplug it? That's what I'm doing. I was still looking at the wet quarter. The access plug for number 6 was behind the machine, which meant dragging it forward 6 inches. That meant kneeling, swearing, pinching my bad fingers, and probably discovering a mouse skeleton or a lost sock old enough to vote. I went to the utility closet for the pry bar we used when machines got stuck against the baseboard. The closet door stuck in humidity. It always did. I yanked twice before it opened, releasing the smell of detergent powder, rubber gloves, and the sour towel Mr. Bell insisted was still good. The pry bar leaned beside the mop bucket. Above it, on the shelf, sat the emergency radio that never picked up anything but country stations and police chatter broken by static. I took the bar. Something tapped behind me, not from number 6, from inside the closet wall. A light little tick, then another, then 3 together. I stood there with my hand still on the pry bar, listening. The wall between the closet and the back service corridor was thin drywall over cinder block. Pipes ran through it, hot water lines, drain lines, all kinds of legitimate reasons for a building to click and knock after midnight. Tick, tick, tick. A pause. Tick, tick, tick. No, not long taps this time. Just 6 even ticks, like a fingernail testing the other side. "Owen," Mara called, "you okay?" "Yeah." I stepped out and shut the closet door harder than I meant to. The sound cracked through the laundromat, and Mara flinched. "Sorry," I said. She studied my face. "You heard something else." "I heard pipes." "You don't believe that." "I believe pipes exist." "That's not what I asked." Before I could answer, the front door opened and dragged in cold air, rain smell, and Daniel Price, 41 male, who drove a white delivery van for a restaurant supply company and treated the laundromat like a break room nobody could kick him out of. Daniel was broad through the shoulders, with a shaved head and a beard he kept trimmed to a sharp line, the kind of man who looked tougher than he felt. He always came in wearing a reflective jacket and apologizing for taking up 3 machines, even when the place was empty. That night, he carried a blue IKEA bag stuffed with greasy kitchen towels and wore the tight, faraway expression of someone who had been awake too long and still had a route left before dawn. "You still open?" he asked. "Always open," I said. "God bless capitalism." He looked at Mara. "Hey, hospital lady." "Hey, towel guy." Daniel dropped the bag onto a washer near the front. The smell hit a second later: fryer oil, onions, bleach, and wet canvas. "Sorry, Depot had a spill. I either wash them now or let my van smell like a carnival dumpster." Mara wrinkled her nose. "It already does." "Fair." He started loading washer 3. Quarters clattered from his pocket onto the lid. The ordinary noise helped. I clung to it a little, Daniel complaining about his dispatcher, Mara teasing him, rainwater dripping from the hem of his jacket onto the tile. These were real things, people things. Washer 6 sat dead behind me. I put the pry bar on the floor and braced it gently under the front lip of the machine. "Daniel, give me a hand." He looked over. "What'd you do to it?" "It quit." "You say that like it had dreams." "It had 18 minutes. He came over and helped me rock the machine forward. It gave with a rubbery squeal. Dust and lint peeled away from the baseboard in gray ropes. There was a sock back there, a child-striped one, stiff with age, a cracked lighter, 2 pennies green at the edges, and a phone, not a new one, an old flip phone, black, wedged behind the rear leveling foot like it had been pushed there deliberately. It was swollen at the hinge from moisture, its little outer screen clouded white. Daniel whistled softly. "Ancient artifact." Mara crouched beside us. "Is that a razor?" "Knockoff," I said. "You collect customer lost and found back there." didn't touch it right away. That was my flaw, or one of them. I could open a jammed coin box with a screwdriver and a prayer, could clear hair from a drain trap without gagging. But when something crossed from broken to strange, I paused. I waited for someone else to name it first. I had spent most of my life trying not to be responsible for the moment when inconvenience became emergency. Daniel reached for the phone. "Don't," I said. He stopped, eyebrows lifting. I added, "Could be battery acid." "Right." He pulled his hand back and wiped it on his jeans. Mara was looking at the phone, then at washer 6, then at the wet quarters still sitting on top of the machine. "How long has that been back there?" "No idea." "You clean back there?" "Not as much as I should," Daniel grinned. "Man admits negligence. Respect." "It wasn't there last month," I said. That quieted him. Because last month I had moved number 6 myself after a guy washed a rug that came apart and flooded half the floor with beige fibers. I remembered because I'd cut my knuckle on the same rear foot where the phone now sat wedged. There had been lint, pennies, that striped sock. No phone. The laundromat kept making its usual sounds around us, but they seemed arranged differently now. Dryer 7 thudded with a load of work jeans. The soda machine compressor buzzed. Water rushed through pipes overhead in a sudden surge, then choked off. Outside, a car passed slowly, engine low, headlights dragging white across the windows and across our crouched shapes on the tile. Mara said, "Maybe someone dropped it today and it slid back." Behind a machine bolted almost to the wall, Daniel asked, "Fine, maybe they put it there." "For what?" She didn't answer. I went to the counter and got the yellow dish gloves and a plastic evidence bag from the lost and found drawer. It wasn't really an evidence bag. It was a sandwich bag with a zip top, but people act better around things when you give them official names. I picked up the phone with 2 gloved fingers. It was heavier than it should have been. Water dripped from the charging port. The phone vibrated. I dropped it. It hit the tile with a flat slap. Mara swore under her breath. Daniel stepped back, so fast his heel clipped the pry bar and sent it skittering into a chair. The phone lay face up between us. Its outer screen glowed pale blue, 1 bar of battery, no carrier. Then the screen filled with a single line of text. Not yet none of us moved. The words lasted maybe 2 seconds before the screen went dead again. Daniel said, "Okay." "Nope," Mara whispered. "Was that a scheduled alert?" "On a flip phone from 2006, Daniel asked. "They had alarms." That said, "Not yet." I crouched again, slower this time, and picked up the phone. My heart wasn't racing exactly. It was doing something worse, something uneven and practical, like it wanted me to make a list. Phone wet, phone active, message displayed, machine tapped pattern, no carrier, possible prank, possible electrical issue, possible customer hiding nearby, possible someone watching from outside. That last thought made me look at the windows. The glass reflected the laundromat back at us. Rows of washers, rows of dryers, fluorescent light, our 3 bodies standing too close together. Beyond that, darkness and rain. I couldn't see the street clearly. Anyone outside could see us better than we could see them. I walked to the door and locked it. Mara noticed. "Owen, it's after 1. I can lock it for cleaning. Can you?" "No." Daniel looked toward his half-loaded towels. My stuff's in there. You can stay, I said. Wasn't planning to sprint into the rain, man. The phone vibrated again inside the bag. All three of us heard it, a tiny insect buzz against plastic. This time the inner screen lit through the cracked hinge. A sound came from it, not a ringtone, not a voice. Just static with a rhythm buried under it. Short, 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 long, 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 short, short, short. Mara covered her mouth with one hand. Daniel said, "Is that SOS?" I hated that he said it. Once spoken, it became harder to pretend it was random. I had learned Morse code when I was a kid because my grandfather had been a ham radio operator who believed every Keller male should know how to call for help without relying on some damn tower. I remembered enough to know Daniel was right. 3 dots, 3 dashes, 3 dots. SOS. Simple. Famous. The kind of thing a prankster would use because even people who didn't know Morse knew that one. I sealed the bag with the phone inside and set it on the counter. "Call the cops," Mara said. "For what?" Daniel asked, too quickly. She turned on him. "For the wet, dead phone behind a washing machine sending distress signals. It might be somebody messing around. Great. Then the cops can tell them their hobby sucks." I reached for the landline under the counter. It was an old beige wall phone Mr. Bell kept because the alarm company required a hard line. I lifted the receiver. No dial tone, just a faint clicking, not static, not exactly. Click, click, click. Pause. Click, click, click. I hung up. Mara watched my hand. "Don't tell me. Line S out. Use your cell." I pulled my phone from my pocket. No signal. That happened sometimes inside the building, especially in rain. The walls were cinder block. The service room was full of pipes, and my carrier was cheap enough to qualify as an act of self-harm. I held it up, walked toward the front windows. One bar appeared, then vanished. Mara checked hers. "I've got nothing." Daniel patted his jacket pockets, then his jeans, then looked at washer 3 with a miserable little blink. "Mine's in the van." Mara stared at him. "Of course it is. I use it for GPS. It overheats if I keep it on me." "Of course it does." His face tightened. "You don't need to say it like that." She softened, but only a little. "Sorry." And there we were, 3 adults in a laundromat with a dead landline, no cell service, a locked front door, and a phone in a sandwich bag that had no business turning on. Any one of those things had an explanation. Together, they made a shape I didn't like. The washer clicked. Number 6, still unplugged, gave a single hard knock from inside its drum. Daniel stepped away from it. "No," Mara whispered. "It's unplugged." "I know," I said. The knock came again. Not from the machine's motor. Not from pipes. From inside the sealed drum. I looked through the round glass. The clothes had settled at the bottom in a wet, dark heap. Jeans, hoodie, a white towel twisted into a rope. Nothing moved. Then something pale pressed briefly against the inside of the glass and slid down out of sight. Mara made a small sound, like she had bitten her tongue. Daniel said, "Was that a sleeve?" I wanted to say yes. I wanted to say sleeve, towel, sock, foam, reflection, anything that belonged inside a washer. Instead, I saw the locked door mechanism above the handle and remembered another stupid detail. When front loaders lost power mid-cycle, the door stayed locked, until the water drained or the manual release got pulled from underneath. I knew where the release was, behind the lower kick panel, beside the drain filter, a place you had to get on your knees to reach. The phone buzzed again on the counter. This time, no screen lit, just the vibration, then the tiny speaker crackling through wet plastic. Tap, 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 tap. Mara looked at me. Her face had lost all humor now. Under the fluorescent light, the freckles across her nose stood out sharp and dark. Owen, we need to decide what we're doing. Daniel pointed at the door. We get my phone from the van, call police from outside. Done. And leave that, Mara said, pointing at number 6. For 5 minutes, yeah. If there's someone in there, there isn't someone in there. You saw that. I saw laundry move. Laundry doesn't knock after the plug's pulled. Their voices overlapped, rising, not because they were angry at each other, but because fear wanted an argument to live in. I stood between them and looked at the machine. My bad fingers ached. They did that in damp weather, the crushed joints stiffening before storms. I flexed them and felt the familiar pinch. Machines usually told the truth. That was what I liked about them, but only if you were willing to open them. I picked up the pry bar. Mara noticed. You're going to release the door. I'm going to check the filter first. That's not what I asked. Daniel shook his head. Man, don't. We go outside, get my phone, call it in. If someone's trapped, fire department handles it. If someone's trapped, minutes matter, Mara said. And if someone put that phone there to make us open the machine, Daniel shot back. You ever think of that? He had. I could see it in his face, the way his eyes kept sliding to the windows. Daniel wasn't a coward. He was a driver who made deliveries alone behind restaurants at 3 in the morning. He understood loading docks, blind corners, and the kind of people who waited where lights didn't reach. His fear was practical. That made it harder to dismiss. Mara's fear was different. She worked around emergencies, and the worst thing you could do to a hospital worker was put a possible person in danger behind a barrier and ask them to wait. She would hear that knock for the rest of her life if she walked away. And me, I was afraid of being the man who didn't act until someone else got hurt. The laundromat hummed and steamed around us. Rain traced crooked lines down the front glass. Washer 6 sat heavy and cream-colored under the lights, its black window reflecting my own face back at me, older than I felt and not nearly as steady. The phone buzzed once more. A single word appeared on the outer screen, faint and blue. Open. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Mara said, very softly, we either open it or we leave. Daniel looked toward the door, then at me. Your call, Owen. You work here. That was the worst part. He was right. I stood with the pry bar in my hand, the manual release inches from my reach, while the old flip phone blinked on the counter, and the unplugged washer waited like it knew we were listening. I didn't open washer 6 right away. That is the part I still hate admitting, because in my memory, the moment stretches out long enough for a whole jury to look at me. The pry bar was in my hand. Mara was staring at me like I had a pulse under my thumb and only needed to press. Daniel had his eyes on the windows, waiting for somebody outside to move, and I just stood there. The washer knocked once. A dull, patient sound, not dramatic, not loud enough to belong in a movie. Just a single thud from behind the round glass, like someone bumping their shoulder against a locked bathroom stall. Mara's voice came out tight. "Owen, I know. Then do it." Daniel snapped. "Or don't, because this is insane." The phone sat on the counter in the sandwich bag, screen dark now. The plastic fogged around it with moisture. The laundromat's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the smell of hot lint had shifted into something sharper near number 6, like wet metal and sour soap. Rain smeared the windows until the street outside looked painted on. A car rolled by slow enough that all three of us turned to watch its headlights drag across the glass. It didn't stop. I crouched in front of washer 6 and put the pry bar down beside my knee. The lower panel was held by 2 quarter-turn latches, the kind Mr. Bell always told me to open with a flat head and never with my fingernails, which meant I had opened them with my fingernails 50 times. My left hand didn't like the angle. The 2 crushed fingers had healed crooked after the lift accident back in Toledo, and they ached whenever I had to pinch anything small. Mara crouched beside me. "What are you doing?" "Manual release is behind here. Drain filter too." "Okay, so release it. If there's water in the drum and I pop it wrong, it can dump 10 gallons across the floor. So we get wet. Water hits the outlets under the folding table. We get more than wet." She looked back at the row of old wall outlets, beige covers stained with detergent dust. Daniel followed her gaze and said, "Great, electrocution. Love the menu tonight." "I'm shutting off the breaker first," I said. Mara stared at me. "The breaker? The machine's unplugged, but the outlets are. I don't know what's going on with the line. I'm not opening a full washer with power running along the wall. That takes time. So does dying stupid." She didn't like that, but she didn't argue. Not exactly. She rocked back on her heels and wrapped both arms around herself, fingers digging into her sleeves. The breaker panel was in the back service corridor, past the utility closet where I had heard the ticking in the wall. I had been back there 1,000 times. It was 10 steps through a narrow door, past stacks of detergent boxes and the old mop sink, then left at the water heaters. Nothing special, nothing hidden. Still, when I stood, I felt the room change behind me. Daniel saw it on my face. "I'm coming with you." "No, stay here." "Absolutely not." Mara stood too. "Nobody goes alone." "There are 3 of us," I said. "If all 3 go back there and something happens out here." "Something already happened out here," Daniel said. The washer knocked again. This time twice. Mara turned toward it. Her mouth tightened into a line. Someone could be in there. Daniel threw both hands out. "How? Tell me how a person gets into a locked washer without us noticing." "I don't know. It's not a dog crate. It's a washing machine." "I know what it is." "Then stop saying someone's in there like. That makes sense." Mara stepped toward him. I move patients all night who got hurt in ways that didn't make sense 5 minutes before I met them. That's different. No, it is. People wedge themselves into dumb places. Kids hide. Drunk people crawl into trash compactors. Elderly people get locked in stairwells. You don't get to decide no one needs help because the setup is weird. Daniel looked away first. He rubbed his beard with the heel of his hand. I'm saying someone could be making us do exactly this. That means someone is still involved, she said, which is also a reason to call police. We can't call police from in here. I'm aware. Their argument ran over me like static. I could hear the shape of it, but I was looking at the floor behind washer 6. A thin line of water had gathered there, shiny under the lights, creeping from beneath the machine toward the grout channel between tiles. Not much water. Enough to mean the drum was draining somewhere it shouldn't. I pointed. That's new. Mara followed my finger. Is it leaking? Maybe. I grabbed the flashlight from the counter drawer, clicked it on, and aimed it low. The beam skimmed over lint, the striped sock, the cracked lighter, the corroded pennies. Water pulsed from under the rear right corner of the machine in tiny surges. Not a steady leak. More like something inside was forcing it out in breaths. Daniel whispered, "Okay." I hate that. A sharp buzz came from the counter. The flip phone vibrated again. All of us froze except the machines. Dryer 7 kept turning. Washer 3, Daniel's half-loaded one, sat open and idle. Somewhere overhead, a pipe knocked once, ordinary and insulting. The phone buzzed twice more, then lit up. Mara walked to it before I could stop her. She didn't touch the bag, only leaned over it. "What does it say?" Daniel asked. She swallowed. 8 minutes. The words sat there on the tiny screen, blue and blocky. 8 minutes. Then they vanished. For a second, nobody spoke. The wall clock jerked its minute hand forward with a dry plastic click. 1:24 a.m. Mara looked at me. 8 minutes until what? I don't know. Could be battery timer, Daniel said. Mara turned on him. Daniel, what? Phones do weird stuff when they're wet. Do they threaten appointments? It didn't threaten anything. Are you hearing yourself? I picked up the bag, holding it away from my body as if the phone could bite through plastic. We go to the breaker, kill power to this row, pull the release, drain if we need to, and check the drum. Daniel shook his head. No, we go outside. My van's 20 feet away. I grab my phone, call 911. The door's locked, Mara said, so unlock it. I looked at the front door. That was when I noticed the deadbolt thumb turn wasn't horizontal anymore. It was halfway down. Not locked. Not unlocked, jammed at an angle. I crossed the room fast and tried it. The metal resisted, then gave a little, then stopped with a gritty click. I tried again, harder. The door flexed in its frame but didn't open. Daniel came over. Move. He put both hands on the thumb turn and wrenched. His shoulders bunched under the reflective jacket. Nothing. The glass rattled. Don't break it, I said. He looked at me like I had suggested we dust first. The door won't open, because if you snap the mechanism, it may not open at all. It's already not opening. Mara pressed her face near the glass, shielding her eyes to see through the reflections. There's something in the strike plate. What? I asked. I don't know. Metal maybe. I crouched and looked at the gap where the deadbolt slid into the frame. Something had been pushed in there from the outside. A shim, maybe. A sliver of dull steel jammed above the bolt, holding it at a bad angle. Daniel's voice dropped. Someone locked us in. Not the machine, not the phone, not bad wiring. Someone. The word landed heavy and useful. It made the room worse, but it also put walls around the fear. People did things for reasons. Bad reasons, stupid reasons, desperate reasons, but reasons. Mara backed away from the door and looked at the windows. Can we break one? Tempered glass, I said. Maybe. But we're on West 8th. If someone's outside, they already know we're inside. Daniel dug through his pockets and came up with a small folding knife. I can try the latch. You carry that at work? Mara asked. I deliver to back alleys at 3 a.m. Yes, hospital lady, I carry a knife. Don't call me that right now. Fine, the washer knocked. 3 quick thuds. Mara flinched and looked at the clock. How long since the message? Maybe 1 minute, I said. Then stop talking. She was right. That was the thing. Everyone was right in pieces, and none of those pieces fit together into a plan that didn't feel like stepping on a rotten board. Daniel knelt at the front door and worked his knife into the frame. I went back for the breaker panel, and this time Mara came with me before I could tell her not to. I didn't have the energy to argue. The back corridor waited behind the employees' only door, dark, except for the exit sign glowing red over the rear service exit. I flipped the light switch. Nothing happened. Of course, Mara breathed out through her nose. Lights are out back here. Bulb probably. Don't say probably. The corridor smelled different from the front, more chemical, with a damp mineral stink from the water heaters. I clicked on the flashlight. The beam caught stacked boxes of powdered detergent, an old rolling cart with one bad wheel, a milk crate full of lost socks, the mop sink stained blue-green around the drain. The breaker panel was at the end. So was the rear door. The rear door had a push bar and an alarm sticker that had been peeling since I started. Beyond it was the alley, the dumpsters, and maybe Daniel's van around the side if we could get out and loop back. I swept the flashlight across it. The push bar had a mop handle jammed through it, wedged under the metal arms and braced against the floor with a roll of duct tape at the bottom to keep it from sliding. From inside, Mara saw it too. Owen, I see it. Who put that there? I didn't answer because there were only 2 possibilities, and I hated both. Either someone had been inside before we locked the front door, or someone had gone through the back while I was out front and rigged it without any of us noticing. The second seemed impossible. The first seemed worse. A muffled scrape came from the front room. Daniel shouted, "You guys good?" "Yeah," I called back too fast. Mara whispered, "Don't lie. We're standing. That counts." The breaker panel door was already open. I had closed it 2 nights earlier because Mr. Bell got mad if the inspector came and saw it hanging loose. Now it gaped toward us, gray metal teeth and rows of labeled switches inside. The labels were written in 3 different inks. Washers 1-4, DRYERS East, sign, office. A strip of tape near the bottom said old boiler, do not touch, even though the boiler had been replaced years ago. 1 breaker was tripped, not the one for washer 6. The one labeled cam alarm. Mara pointed. Security cameras. Maybe alarm 2. Can you turn it back on? I can. Should you? That was the better question. My thumb hovered over the switch. From the front room came Daniel's voice again, sharper. Owen, Mara, and I ran back. Daniel was standing near washer 6, knife in one hand, staring at the floor. The water leak had spread farther than it should have. It had reached the base of the folding table and was moving toward the wall outlets in a thin, reflective sheet. Washer 6 was no longer silent. It was filling. Unplugged, display dead, door locked. It was taking in water from somewhere behind the wall. I could hear it now, a steady hiss inside the machine, water slipping through the inlet valve like a faucet left open in another room. "That's not supposed to happen," Daniel said. "No," Mara looked at me. "Shut the water off. Valves are behind the machine. Then move it. The supply hoses might tear if we yank it." "Then where's the main shutoff?" "Back corridor." "Then go." I was already moving. The main water shutoff sat near the water heaters, a red wheel valve mounted to a vertical pipe. It was stiff, always had been. Mr. Bell used to say, "Don't touch that unless you want every machine in here screaming at you." I grabbed it and turned. It didn't move. I put both hands on it. My bad fingers protested, sharp pain flashing through the joints. I gritted my teeth and pushed harder. Nothing. Mara tried beside me, smaller hands on the wheel below mine. Together, we turned. The valve gave a 1/4 inch with a shriek, then stopped. Pain ran up my left hand so hard I almost let go. I saw Toledo for half a second. Not the whole memory, just the lift arm dropping, the smell of hydraulic fluid, my own fingers trapped where they shouldn't have been, while my supervisor shouted instructions that came too late. The worst part hadn't been the pain. It had been the waiting. The stupid, frozen second when I knew what had to happen and still needed someone else to move first. Mara said, "Owen." I came back to the corridor, the flashlight trembling in my right hand. "I can't get it," I said. "You can." "My hand, I know, but you can." It wasn't gentle. I needed that. Gentle would have let me step aside. We both pulled again. The valve screamed. My fingers felt like they were being split open from the inside. Then the wheel broke free and spun half a turn, then another. From the front, the filling hiss weakened. Daniel called. That did something. I shut it until it stopped. For a moment, I let my forehead rest against the cool pipe. My left hand pulsed. I flexed it once and instantly regretted it. Mara saw. "You okay?" "No." "Can you keep using it?" "Yes." We went back out. The water had stopped spreading, but it was already under the folding table. Yul had unplugged the soda machine and was dragging the cord up onto a chair. "Good thinking," I said. "Don't sound surprised." "I'm not. You are a little." Mara grabbed the mop bucket. "We need towels." Daniel pointed at his IKEA bag, greasy ones. "Better than electrocution." He tossed her a bundle. She dropped them in the path of the water, then hissed and pulled one hand back. "What?" I asked. "Something sharp." She lifted her palm. A thin red line opened near the base of her thumb. Not deep, but bleeding steady. Daniel winced. "Sorry, might be a broken zip tie or metal shaving. In laundry, restaurant laundry is a war zone." She wrapped the cut in the sleeve of her hoodie and kept working. The phone buzzed again. Nobody wanted to look. I did. The little screen glowed through the plastic. 5 minutes. Then another line appeared beneath it. Not water. Mara read it over my shoulder. Not water. Daniel gave a humorless laugh. Helpful. Love a cryptic appliance. I looked at the puddle, at the machine, at the dead display. The water wasn't the message. The water wasn't the danger, or not the main one. A new sound came from washer 6, a soft scrape against the glass. Mara straightened. Inside the drum, the wet clothes shifted as if settling. The white towel uncoiled slightly. Something small and dark floated up against the window. At first, I thought it was a clump of lint. Then it turned and showed a label. A hospital wristband. White plastic. Black text. Torn at one end. Mara stepped forward so quickly I grabbed her sleeve. "Don't," I said. She yanked free. "That's a patient band. You can't know that. I see them all day." Daniel leaned close, squinting. "Is there a name?" The band rolled in the shallow water behind the glass, pressed flat for 1 second. Mara read aloud, "E. Harlan." Her voice changed on the name. Not fear exactly, recognition. I looked at her. "You know that person?" She didn't answer. "Mara." Her lips parted, then closed. "Ellen Harlan, 79, female. I transported her twice last week, radiology and back. She had a blue cardigan and kept asking if her son had called." Daniel looked from her to the washer. Why would her wristband be in a laundromat? Mara's face went pale in a way the lighting couldn't explain. She disappeared from St. Vincent yesterday morning. The laundromat sounds seemed to pull back. Even the dryers felt farther away. "Disappeared," I said. "She was supposed to be discharged to a rehab facility. I heard nurses talking near the elevators. They thought family picked her up. Then the paperwork didn't match. Security was looking." Daniel stared at the band. "Why didn't you say anything?" "Because I didn't connect an old woman from my shift to a washing machine tapping Morse code in a laundromat, Daniel." The phone buzzed again. 4 minutes. Mara reached for the kick panel herself. I caught her wrist. "Stop. She could be connected to this." "Exactly, which means we slow down." "No, it means we open the machine." I kept my grip, not hard but firm. If someone staged this with a missing woman's wristband, they want a reaction. Her eyes shone. "And if she's hurt somewhere, then we call police." "With what?" That silenced me. Daniel pointed at the windows. "We break out, right now." "We tried the door, not the glass," Mara said. "I've got a tire iron in the van if I can get to it." "You can't get to it." "Can break a window with a chair. Tempered glass may spider and hold." So we keep hitting. While they argued, the phone changed again. This time it didn't buzz. It rang. One thin, distorted chirp, like an alarm dying inside a toy. The inner screen lit, showing not text but a number. Then a timer began counting down from 0330. Daniel backed away. No, see, that's someone messing with us." Mara whispered. "It's telling us to call." "No," I said, because I saw something else. The old flip phone wasn't calling 911. It was displaying it, like an instruction or a warning. I grabbed the landline again, praying the dial tone had come back. Nothing, just the same faint clicking in the receiver. I held it to my ear longer this time. Click, click, click. Pause. Click, click. Pause. Click, 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 click. Not SOS. Another pattern. I didn't know enough Morse to read it fast. My grandfather would have been ashamed of me, but I knew enough to feel the terrible pull of meaning inside the noise. Daniel had gone to the front window with a chair from the waiting area. He lifted it over his shoulder. "Daniel, wait," I said. He didn't. He drove the metal chair legs into the glass. The impact cracked through the room. Mara ducked. The chair bounced back hard, one leg bent, and Daniel staggered with it. The window didn't break. A pale star appeared in the outer pane, small as a fist. Outside, across the street, a figure moved under the awning of the closed vape shop. just a person-shaped shift in the rain and darkness. Then gone. Daniel saw it too, his face emptied. "There's someone out there," he said. Mara came to the window. "Where?" "Across the street." "I don't see anyone." They were there. The phone timer read 02:41. Washer 6 knocked again. Not once. Not twice. A steady series now, fast and frantic, rattling the glass in its rubber gasket. Mara said, "We're out of time." I looked at the front door jammed from outside, the rear door barred from inside, the water creeping under towels, the patient wristband turning lazily in the drum. A missing woman's name in black text. A phone giving us minutes. Someone possibly watching from across the street. A grounded fear is worse than an impossible one. Impossible things let you surrender to panic. Real things ask you to make decisions. I dropped to my knees in front of washer 6 and popped the lower panel with the pry bar. The metal cover fell forward with a clang. Behind it, the drain filter cap sat where it should. The manual release cord hung beside it, a short red plastic tab covered in dust. I reached for it. Daniel shouted, "Owen." I turned. The rear service door at the end of the corridor slammed open against the mop handle hard enough to crack wood. Once, then again. Someone on the other side was hitting it. The mop handle bent with each impact. Mara whispered, "That door opens to the alley." The phone timer read 01:58. The washer knocked from inside. The rear door slammed again, and this time the duct tape at the bottom of the mop handle tore loose with a ripping sound that made every small hair on my arms lift. Daniel still held the bent chair. Mara held a greasy towel around her bleeding hand. I had 2 fingers hooked through the red release tab, knowing that if I pulled it, the washer door might open on nothing but wet clothes and a stolen wristband. Or it might open on proof that someone had been trying to tell us something. Behind us, the rear door hit again. The mop handle split, and I pulled. The red tab came free with a plastic snap that sounded too small for the decision it carried. For half a second, nothing happened. Then, washer 6 unlocked. Not with a clean click, but with a tired mechanical clunk, the kind that says a part has moved after being stuck too long. The rubber gasket bulged as pressure shifted inside the drum. Water pushed against the glass. Mara grabbed my shoulder with her good hand, and Daniel swore from somewhere behind me, still facing the rear corridor with the bent chair raised like a shield. "Open it slow," Mara said. "I know. Slow, Owen. I know." My fingers were slippery around the handle. My left hand throbbed from the shut-off valve, and my right wrist had started trembling from adrenaline. I pulled the washer door a quarter inch. Gray water spilled over my shoes. It wasn't a flood, not at first. Just a thick, sour gush of detergent water, colder than it should have been, carrying lint and little black curls of something I didn't want to name. It spread across the tile, met the towels Daniel had thrown down, and soaked into them with a darkening bloom. I pulled wider. A wad of clothes slumped forward and slapped onto the floor. Jeans, a dark hoodie, the white towel, no body, no hand, no face pressed blue against the drum. Mara made a sound that was almost relief and almost shame. Daniel, still watching the rear door, snapped, What is it? Laundry, I said. And the wristband. Mara crouched beside me, ignoring the water soaking one knee of her scrub pants. She reached in with 2 fingers wrapped in the greasy towel and caught the white plastic band before it washed under the machine. It's real, she said. Real as in from the hospital, I asked. She turned it toward the overhead light. Her lips moved as she read. Harlan, ELLENM, date of birth. Yeah, it's her. The rear service door boomed again. The mop handle finally gave. It cracked in the middle and dropped from the push bar with a hollow wooden clatter. The door jumped inward an inch before the chain lock caught. I had forgotten the chain lock. Mr. Bell had installed it after a guy tried sleeping in the hallway during a snowstorm, then never used it because the actual alarm was supposed to be enough. Now that little brass chain was the only thing holding the alley out, or holding us in. A narrow slice of rain-dark alley showed beyond the door. Cold air pushed through it, carrying dumpster rot and wet concrete. Daniel rushed the corridor. Hey, back up. The door slammed again. The chain stretched with a metallic twang. Mara stood, wristband clenched in her cut hand. We need police now. No kidding, Daniel said. You got a carrier pigeon. The old flip phone rang from the counter. One chirp, then another. I looked at the front room. Counter on the right, rows of washers along the left wall, dryers along the right past the soda machine, folding tables in the center, front windows facing West 8th. Behind me, washer 6 stood open in the middle of the washer row, vomiting gray water and someone's clothes. The back service corridor was straight behind the counter, a narrow throat leading to the breaker panel, water heaters, mop sink, and rear door. The front door, 20 feet away, was jammed. Daniel's van and phone were outside. The only working exits had turned into problems with hinges. The flip phone's screen lit inside the sandwich bag. Back room. Mara read it aloud. Back room. Daniel stared at it from the corridor. No, absolutely not. That's where the person is trying to get in. Maybe it means the phone line, I said. What? The alarm line, security panel. If Cam alarm is tripped, maybe there's a backup cellular unit in the office closet. Mr. Bell mentioned one once. Mara's eyes sharpened. Can it call out? Maybe. If it has power. If it's not dead. If Mr. Bell paid the bill. That is a lot of if. It's what we have. Daniel backed away from the rear door as it hit again. The chain held, but one screw in the frame had pulled out far enough to show bright raw wood around it. We have a chair and a window. You hit the window, Mara said. It didn't break. I didn't hit it enough. The flip phone buzzed. Back room. Then beneath it, line cut. The words vanished. Daniel's expression changed. Line cut. That means someone cut the landline. Or it's guessing, I said. Phones don't guess. No, but people using phones do. That was the thing I kept circling back to. Not magic. Not a ghost in a washer. Someone had set this up. Someone knew the building. Someone knew the landline. Someone knew the breaker panel. Someone knew enough to trap us between choices and time them, so we made the worst one. Mara looked at the wristband. And someone has something from Ellen Harlan. Could be stolen laundry, Daniel said. She disappeared in a hospital gown. You said blue cardigan. She wore it over the gown. Your door hit again, hard enough to knock dust from the top of the frame. The chain screw groaned. First attempt, the alarm panel. It made enough sense that we moved without voting on it. Daniel stayed in the corridor near the rear door with the bent chair. Mara and I went to the tiny office behind the counter, a square room barely bigger than a closet with a metal desk, a dented file cabinet, Mr. Bell's dead calendar from 2 months ago, and a shelf full of receipt paper. The office had no window. It had one door, which opened back toward the washers, and a security monitor mounted high in the corner. The monitor was black. I climbed onto the desk, knocking over a coffee tin of old keys. The keys scattered across invoices and hit the floor like little dropped teeth. "Careful," Mara said, trying. I reached behind the monitor and found the power cable. Plugged in. I followed the wire down to a power strip. The switch glowed red. "It has power," I said. "Then why isn't it on?" I pressed the monitor button. Nothing. Mara shone the flashlight under the desk. "There's a box back here." I got down too fast and banged my bad hand against the drawer handle. Pain flashed white behind my eyes. I bit down hard enough to taste metal. The box under the desk was the alarm unit, beige plastic with a small green light that blinked once every 5 seconds. A wire entered from the wall. Another led to a squat black module with a stubby antenna. Cellular backup. For one beautiful second, hope came into the room. Then Mara pointed at the antenna. "Is that supposed to be attached?" The antenna had been snapped halfway through, not broken by age, twisted. Copper strands stuck out like hair. I opened the alarm box. The panel inside had a keypad and a tiny display. "Com fail." That was all it said. I pressed the panic button. The display changed. No signal. I pressed again, harder. No signal. Mara leaned her forehead against the doorframe. "So that's attempt 1. Partial," I said, though I didn't know why I needed to defend it. "We know the line and backup were disabled. By someone." "Yes." From the corridor, Daniel shouted, "Guys, we ran out." The rear door chain was still holding, but the gap had widened enough for a hand to fit through. Not a full arm, just fingers. Pale fingers, rain wet, feeling blindly along the inside of the door. Mara screamed. Daniel swung the chair. The chair legs struck the door frame, not the hand. The fingers vanished. The door slammed shut from outside, then hit inward again. "Did you see that?" Daniel shouted. "Yes," Mara said. "Human, that was human." The panic in his voice was contagious because it was specific. Not a shape across the street, not a message, a hand, skin, nails, a person close enough to touch us. Then something clattered down at our feet from the door gap. A small white object skidded across the corridor tile and stopped near the mop bucket. Daniel raised the chair again. "Don't touch it." I shone the flashlight. It was a plastic cap, a detergent bottle cap, blue with a scrap of paper stuffed inside. Mara whispered, "That's not a weapon." "Could be," Daniel said. "Some weird chemical thing." I nudged it with the pry bar. Nothing happened. Mara picked it up before either of us could stop her and pulled out the paper. Her hands shook badly now, enough that the paper rattled. "What does it say?" I asked. She unfolded it. 3 letters written in black marker. SOS. Daniel laughed once, high and ugly. "Cute." Mara turned the paper over. On the back was a hospital room number, 412. Her face shifted again. "You know it?" I asked. "Ellen's room," she said. The door slammed. The chain screw pulled farther from the frame. "Second attempt," Daniel's van. It came from him this time. My phone is outside. My van is parked on the side street, not the alley. If we can get through the front window or the side restroom vent, I can call. There's no side door, I said. I know there's no side door. I unload here twice a month. But there's that little window in the restroom. That window opens into the service alley. High alley wall, but I can fit. I pictured it. The restroom was at the far front right corner, beside the soda machine, and across from Dryer Bank 2. Its window was small and frosted, maybe 16 inches high, 30 wide, with a rusted crank and a mesh screen outside. It opened to the narrow passage between the laundromat and the nail salon, which connected to the back alley. A grown man probably couldn't fit. Mara looked Daniel up and down. You cannot fit, he bristled. I said I can. You have shoulders. I'll make them smaller. That isn't how shoulders work. I used to climb through kitchen pass-throughs for fun. When you were 12, 27. That makes it worse. The rear door hit again. The chain screw tore half an inch. We all looked. Daniel lowered the chair. Fine. Maybe I don't fit. She might. Mara stared at him. Me, you're smaller. I'm not crawling into an alley with someone outside. Not the alley, the side passage. Then you get around front, get my phone from the van. And if the person outside sees me, then you run. No, I said. They both looked at me. No one goes out alone. Daniel's jaw worked. Then what? We wait until whoever's at that door gets tired. I pointed to the office. Security DVR. If the monitor's dead, maybe the recorder still has a drive. We can pull footage later. Later, Mara said. Owen, later is a luxury item. She wasn't wrong. So we tried the restroom window. The bathroom smelled like damp paper towels and the cherry deodorizer puck in the floor drain. The light in there flickered worse than the main room, making the cracked mirror blink us in pieces. Mara pale and angry, Daniel sweating under his jacket, me with wet jeans stuck to my shins, and my left hand curled uselessly against my ribs. Daniel climbed onto the toilet tank first. It shifted under him. Careful, I said. I swear to God, Owen. He cranked the little window handle. Rust squealed. The frosted pane opened 2 inches, then stopped. Screen, he grunted. I handed him the pry bar. He wedged it through the gap and pushed. Metal mesh popped loose on one corner with a sharp ping. Then the tapping started, not from washer 6 this time, from the wall behind the mirror. Tap, tap, tap. Long pause. Tap, tap, tap. Daniel froze on the toilet tank. Mara backed into the towel dispenser. No, the tapping moved. Left to right behind the wall. Then down. It was exactly the kind of sound that let your mind build a hand where no hand could be. Fingers traveling behind plaster, following the pipes, looking for a way through. Daniel whispered, "There's someone in the wall." "There isn't," I said, though my mouth had gone dry. Tap, tap, tap. Then a skittering sound. Then a frantic squeal. A gray blur dropped from the ceiling vent, hit the sink, bounced off Daniel's shoulder, and landed on the floor. Mara screamed again, shorter this time. Daniel lost his footing, slipped off the toilet, and slammed one knee into the tile. The pry bar clanged into the sink. The gray blur shot under the bathroom door. "Rat," I said, breathing hard. It was a rat. Daniel sat on the floor, both hands around his knee. I know it was a rat now. Mara started laughing, not because it was funny, because the alternative was worse. The laugh came out broken and wet, then cut off when another bang sounded from the rear corridor. "Can you stand?" I asked Daniel. "Yeah, give me a second. Your knee hurts like hell, not broken." The bathroom window attempt became partial at best. The screen was loose, but the opening was too narrow, and outside the frosted glass, the side passage was darker than the room. When I held the flashlight through the gap, it caught brick walls beaded with rain, 2 trash bins, a fallen strip of gutter, and a padlocked metal gate at the far end. Daniel looked at the gate and sagged. "That wasn't locked last week." "Now it is. Of course it is." We returned to the main room worse than before, Daniel limping, Mara's cut reopened and bleeding through the towel, my hand swelling around the knuckles. Water still glistened across the tile despite the towels. The open washer had drained enough to show the clothes clearly now, heaped inside like something shed. And the old flip phone had changed again. It displayed one line, "Not her band." Mara read it twice. "Not her band." Then the screen went black. She looked down at the wristband in her hand. "What does that mean?" Daniel asked. I said, "Could mean it is Ellen's." "It has her name on it," Mara said. "Could mean it didn't come off her." Daniel leaned against a folding table, testing his knee. "Or someone wants us to doubt everything." "Working," Mara said. The rear door slammed again, then went quiet. That quiet was worse. Daniel noticed too. "Why do they stop?" We listened. The laundromat mapped itself in sound. Front windows ticking with rain, dryers turning on the right, water dripping under washer, 6 on the left, old refrigerator hum from the soda machine now unplugged, but still cooling down, the bathroom fan ticking off balance near the front, and the rear corridor breathing cold air through the gap around the chain. Then a new sound, metal scraping metal, not from the rear door, from the front. Daniel limped toward the windows. I followed, staying low without knowing why. Mara came behind us, holding the wristband and bloody towel. At the front door, the deadbolt thumb turn slowly moved. Not enough to unlock, just a twitch, then another. Someone outside was working the jammed metal shim, trying to open the door now. Daniel whispered, "There at both exits." "Maybe the person at the back moved around front," Mara said. "Or there are 2, I said. Nobody liked that. The flip phone buzzed violently on the counter, skittering inside the bag until it bumped against the cash register. Its screen lit. Dryer 12. We all turned. Dryer 12 was on the right wall, last machine before the restroom hallway. It wasn't running. Its round glass door reflected the fluorescent tubes. A red out-of-order card was taped above the coin slot because the heat sensor had failed, and Mr. Bell refused to fix it until after the slow season, as if laundry had a slow season. Mara said, "No," Daniel said, "we are not opening another appliance." The phone buzzed again. Dryer 12, then key. I looked at the lost and found drawer behind the counter where the coffee tin of spare keys usually lived. The keys were still scattered in the office from my earlier scramble. I went back, grabbed the whole tin, and dumped the remaining keys onto the counter. Mara watched the front door while Daniel watched the rear corridor from the middle of the room, turning his head like a man trying to keep two dogs from lunging at once. "Which key?" Mara asked. "No idea. Helpful. Mr. Bell labels nothing he can blame on memory." Dryer 12 had a maintenance lock, a little round one below the lint drawer. I tried a small brass key. No. A square-headed one. No. A bent silver one with red nail polish on it. No. At the front door, the shim scraped again. The deadbolt turned another millimeter. Daniel called, "Hurry. You think I'm savoring this?" Fourth key. No, fifth. The lock turned. The bottom panel popped open. Inside, behind the lint compartment, was a service cavity full of dust, wiring, and a folded piece of blue fabric. Mara leaned in. "That's hospital linen," she said. I pulled it out carefully. Not linen. A blue cardigan. Elderly woman soft, with pearl buttons and a faint smell of talcum powder under the dryer dust. One sleeve was torn near the cuff. In the pocket was a receipt, damp but readable. Erie Cab Co. Pickup, St. Vincent Hospital drop-off, West 8th Laundromat time, 12:46 a.m. tonight. Mara's face crumpled. She was here. Daniel looked toward the washers, then the doors. Or someone wants us to think she was. I checked the other pocket. There was a laundry card, not ours. A plastic reload card from a different laundromat, with a strip of masking tape on it and handwritten dots and dashes. Morse. I could only read the first part slowly, lips moving, pulling memory out from under panic. Dot dash. A dash dot dot dot. B no, not letters individually. It was grouped. Mara looked over my shoulder. "What does it say?" "I need time." "You have none." The front deadbolt jumped. The metal shim fell inward onto the mat with a thin clink. For a second, the door was free. Then the outside handle turned. Daniel crossed the room in 2 limping strides and slammed his shoulder against the door just as it cracked open. A hand pushed through the gap holding something black and narrow. Not a gun, a screwdriver. Daniel smashed the chair down. The hand jerked back. The screwdriver clattered inside onto the tile. Mara grabbed it before anyone could reach through again. "Owen," Daniel shouted. I ran to help him. Together, we shoved the door shut. I twisted the deadbolt, but the damaged mechanism only spun halfway and jammed again. Mara thrust the screwdriver through the door handles and wedged it against the frame like a crude brace. It would not hold long. The old flip phone rang once. The screen displayed, read it. My hands shook as I held the laundry card under the light. The dots and dashes were written in clusters, separated by slashes. I read what I could. Back, wall, vent. Mara looked toward the rear corridor. "There's a vent in the back wall. Behind the water heaters," I said. "Old dryer exhaust. Sealed years ago." "Sealed how?" "Sheet metal, screws." Daniel pressed his back to the front door, breathing hard. "Can it get us out?" "No," I said, "too small." "Then why does it matter?" I remembered the tapping from inside the closet wall. The ticking. The sound that had not been a person. "Pipes," I had said. "Pipes exist." Behind the water heaters, the old dryer exhaust vent ran through the exterior wall into the alley. Small enough for sound, large enough for a cable, maybe large enough for a phone line, maybe large enough for someone to pass messages without coming inside. Mara saw my face. "What?" "I think the phone isn't the only thing they hid. The rear corridor chain snapped. Not fully. One screw gave way and fired across the corridor, pinging off the breaker panel. The door opened 6 inches before Daniel, from the front, shouted back. We ran. The point of no return didn't arrive with a scream. It arrived with a piece of hardware failing exactly as metal fails when stressed too many times. The rear door burst inward. Rain blew down the corridor. No one came through immediately. Instead, something rolled across the tile from the alley and stopped beside the mop sink. A small metal canister, hissing. White vapor spilled from its nozzle, low and fast, curling along the floor toward the main room. Mara coughed once, then again. Is that smoke? Daniel shouted from the front. My eyes started burning. Not smoke, chemical. Pepper spray, maybe. Bear spray. Something aerosolized and mean, designed to make people blind and stupid. Front, I yelled. But the front door handle was turning again too. Whoever had trapped us had stopped asking us to choose. They were coming in from both sides. I grabbed Mara by the arm and pulled her away from the corridor as the vapor thickened around our ankles. Daniel abandoned the front door and limped toward us, coughing, one hand over his mouth. The screwdriver brace at the front clattered loose behind him. The rear exit was gone. The front exit was opening. The bathroom window led to a locked gate. The office had no window. The machines lined the walls like heavy metal witnesses, their drums ticking, cooling, draining. And somewhere behind the back wall vent, something began tapping again. Not SOS. A longer message. Faster now. Urgent. I couldn't read it. Not yet. The chemical rolled into the laundromat like weather. At first, it hugged the floor, a pale white crawl over the wet tile, curling around the greasy towels and the open mouth of washer 6. Then it lifted. It found our ankles, our knees, our throats. My eyes burned first, then my nose. Then my mouth filled with the taste of pennies and hot peppers, and every breath turned into a mistake. Move, I shouted, but it came out torn and useless. Mara doubled over beside the folding table, coughing into the bloodied towel wrapped around her hand. Daniel stumbled from the front door with one arm over his face, limping hard now, dragging his bad knee behind him like it belonged to somebody else. The rear corridor was gone in white haze. The front door was opening. A shoulder hit it from outside. The screwdriver brace Mara had jammed through the handles clattered loose and skated across the mat. The damaged deadbolt spun and caught and spun again. Whoever was out there shoved harder. I could see fingers at the edge of the door. Black gloves, not a ghost, not a message from the machines. Gloves from a hardware store, wet with rain. That helped, somehow. People could bleed. Office, I coughed. Daniel shook his head, eyes streaming. No window. Not to hide. Door. He understood half a second after Mara did. The office door was solid core, old and heavy, with a lock Mr. Bell had installed after someone stole $200 in quarters. It wouldn't save us forever. It might save us for 1 minute. 1 minute was a fortune. We grabbed what we could on the way. Mara snatched the old flip phone in its sandwich bag. Daniel caught the bent chair by one leg. I grabbed the pry bar, the Morse-marked laundry card, and the coffee tin of keys, because I didn't know what else could become useful when the world had been reduced to burning eyes and bad choices. We stumbled behind the counter and into the office. I slammed the door. Daniel shoved the metal desk against it with a grunt that turned into a cough. The desk legs screamed across the floor. Mara pushed the file cabinet beside it. I twisted the office lock. The front door banged open in the main room. Cold air rushed in. Rain, street smell. Then footsteps, not frantic, not confused, controlled. 2 sets at least, one from the front, one from the rear corridor. Mara pressed the towel over her mouth. Her eyes were red and wet. "Who are they?" I tried to answer, but coughing took me. My chest clenched. I bent over Mr. Bell's desk and spat onto an old invoice. Daniel whispered, "Quiet." Through the office wall came the laundromat sounds, changed by the door between us. Water dripping, dryers ticking down, the soda machine compressor settling, footsteps moving across tile. A man's voice said, "Find the phone." Another voice, closer to the rear, said, "Door first, phone first." They called. No, they tried the alarm. Mara's eyes flicked to mine. So they knew. They knew we'd found the alarm box. They knew the phone mattered. They had been watching somehow, or listening, or both. Daniel mouthed, too. I nodded. The flip phone buzzed in Mara's hand. All 3 of us flinched. She clamped both hands around the bag to muffle it. The screen glowed through her fingers, pale blue against blood and plastic. I leaned close. Vent. Then, now, behind the water heaters, back wall, the old dryer exhaust. On the other side of the office wall, someone kicked the door. The desk jumped 2 inches. Mara choked back a cry. Daniel raised the bent chair. "They're coming through." "Not yet," I whispered. "What does that mean, not yet?" I looked around the office. Metal desk, file cabinet, dead monitor, alarm box under the desk, receipt paper, coffee tin, keys, a cracked swivel chair, no window, ceiling tiles stained brown from old leaks. But in the back corner, above the file cabinet, was a square access panel. I had seen Mr. Bell open it once to complain about heat loss. It led into the crawl space above the office, not enough to stand in, but enough for wiring and vent runs. The old dryer exhaust passed through that side of the building before dropping behind the water heaters. Maybe, I wasn't sure. That was the problem. I was never sure until after. The door shook again. This time the lock plate splintered. "Boost me," I said. Daniel stared. "What?" I pointed to the access panel. Mara said, "You can't fit. I can get it open." And then we find the vent. Daniel coughed so hard his whole body folded. When he straightened, his beard was wet with tears and mucus. "That ceiling won't hold us." "It might hold me. You don't know that." "No," the door hit again. A crack opened along the frame. Daniel looked at it, then at me. "Fine, fast." He laced his fingers despite the pain in his knee and gave me a step. Mara steadied me by the hip with her uninjured hand. I climbed onto the file cabinet, then onto Daniel's hands, then shoved at the access panel with the pry bar. It stuck. Of course it did. I jammed the pry bar into the seam and levered hard. My left hand screamed. The panel popped up, showering dust into my face. I coughed, nearly fell, caught the edge with my good hand. The space above was black and hot and smelled of old insulation. The office door cracked again. A gloved hand shoved a screwdriver through the gap near the lock and began working at the latch. Daniel swung the chair. The chair leg smashed into the screwdriver with a metallic snap. The hand jerked away. Someone outside swore. "Go," Mara shouted. I pulled myself into the ceiling. The tile frame bent under my weight. For one floating second, I thought the whole ceiling would give and dump me at their feet. But the joists held. I sprawled belly down over dusty wooden beams, breathing through my sleeve while chemical fumes drifted up from below. Insulation scratched my neck. My bad fingers had gone numb now, which was worse than pain because I couldn't tell how hard I was gripping. Below me, Daniel shoved the desk back against the door. Mara whispered, "Owen, I'm here. You see anything?" Darkness, wiring, a dead mouse trap, a silver duct running toward the back wall. "I see ductwork. Follow it." The flip phone buzzed below. Mara read through coughs. "Hurry." The office door exploded inward 1 hinge width. Daniel threw his shoulder into it from inside. Someone outside hit back. Wood splintered. The desk scraped. I crawled, slow at first, then faster. The ceiling space narrowed. Nails stuck through roofing boards above me. One caught my shirt and tore it at the shoulder. I dragged myself over a beam and felt the drywall flex under my knee. "Don't fall," I muttered. Below, through gaps in the ceiling, I could see slices of the laundromat, the tops of machines, fluorescent tubes, the glossy black floor. A man in a dark rain jacket moved near washer 6. He had a hood up and a half mask over his mouth, the kind painters used. Not a monster. A man prepared for his own chemical spray. He kicked through the wet laundry on the floor. "Where's the phone?" he called. The second man at the office door said, "They've got it." The first man turned. I froze above him, pressed flat to the beams. He looked up. For one terrible second, I thought he saw me. Then his gaze moved past. He was looking at the ceiling camera dome near the corner. Dead, black, useless. "Get them out," he said, trying. The duct ended above the back corridor. I edged forward until I could see the water heaters below through a gap where the ceiling tiles had been removed long ago and never replaced. The rear door hung open. Rain blew in. The chemical canister lay near the mop sink, still hissing weakly. Behind the water heaters was the old dryer exhaust vent, a round metal plate screwed to the wall, sealed with silver tape around the edges. Something tapped behind it. Fast. Insistent. I lowered myself down onto the top of one water heater, slipped, caught a pipe, burned my palm on hot copper, and bit back a yell. Pain flashed bright. I landed badly on the concrete pad beside the heaters, ankle twisting under me. The tap came again, from inside the vent. Tap, 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 pause. Tap, tap, pause. Tap, 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 tap. I couldn't read it. "Easy," I whispered, though I didn't know who I was talking to. I jammed the pry bar under the edge of the metal plate. The first screw held. Tape stretched and peeled with a sound like skin coming up. I levered again. One screw popped free and bounced off the heater. From the main room, the man in the rain jacket shouted back, footsteps, coming toward the corridor. I shoved the pry bar under the plate and pulled with everything left in my hand. The plate bent. A small black object dropped out and struck my chest. I caught it against my shirt. A phone, not the flip phone. Newer, cheap smartphone in a waterproof pouch. Its screen cracked but lit. A charging cable ran from it through the vent and out through a narrow gap to the alley side. The phone was open to a notes app. The top line read, "My name is Ellen Harlan. They are not my sons." Below that, more text. Too much to read in one breath. Footsteps slapped into the corridor. I shoved the phone into my waistband and ducked behind the water heater just as the man rounded the corner. He saw the bent vent plate. Then he saw me. He was younger than I expected. Maybe 30. Pale eyes over a black mask. Rain glittered on his hood. He held another screwdriver in one hand and a roll of duct tape in the other. For a moment, both of us just stared. Then he lunged. I swung the pry bar, not well, not like a hero. I was crouched behind a water heater with one hand burned, one hand half useless, one ankle hot with pain, eyes streaming from chemical spray. The bar caught his forearm instead of his head. He shouted and dropped the screwdriver. He hit me with his shoulder. My back slammed into the heater. Metal boomed. Something sharp caught my ribs. I lost the pry bar. He grabbed my jacket with both hands and shoved me down toward the floor. "You should have left it alone," he said. His voice was ordinary, local, Midwestern flat. That made me angrier than if he had sounded crazy. I drove my knee up. It caught his thigh, not where I wanted. He grunted. I clawed for the pipe beside me, found the hot water shutoff lever, and yanked it down without thinking. The pipe shuddered. A valve squealed. Hot water blasted from a loose service coupling behind the heater, spraying both of us in a sudden fan. He screamed and let go. It wasn't boiling, not movie boiling, but it was hot enough to hurt, hot enough to shock skin and blind him for the second I needed. I grabbed the screwdriver from the floor and scrambled back toward the main room, dragging my bad ankle. "Daniel," I yelled. "Mara." The office door had finally given. The second man had forced his way halfway inside. He wore a gray hoodie under a rain shell, mask pulled up over his nose. Daniel had him around the waist from behind, both of them crashing into the desk and file cabinet. Mara stood near the counter with the old flip phone in one hand and a spray bottle of lemon disinfectant in the other. She sprayed the man in the face. He yelled, recoiling, and Daniel slammed him sideways into the counter. The cash register fell. Quarters exploded across the floor. The first man came out of the corridor behind me, one sleeve dark with water, face red where the spray had hit. "Give me the phone," he shouted. Mara held up the old flip phone. "This," he looked at it. His mistake. I came at him from the side with the screwdriver. I didn't stab him. I couldn't make my hand do that. Instead, I drove it into the meat of his outer thigh and let my weight follow. He screamed, a real human scream. He punched me in the side of the head. The laundromat tilted. I hit the folding table, bounced off, and went down in the wet towels. For a few seconds, all I could hear was the machines. Clicks, drips, the weird Morse rhythm my brain kept trying to make from ordinary damage. Tap, tap, tap. Long, short. No, just water, just breath. Mara shouted my name. I rolled onto my back. The first man limped toward the counter where Mara stood. Daniel was still wrestling the second man near the office door, but his injured knee buckled. The second man twisted free and drove an elbow into Daniel's mouth. Daniel dropped to one knee, blood running through his beard. Mara backed away. Her heel hit the open lower panel of washer 6. She nearly fell. The first man reached for her. Then washer 3 started, Daniel's washer. The one he had half loaded with greasy kitchen towels and never paid for. It shouldn't have started. The lid was open, towels hanging out. But it wasn't really starting a cycle. It was banging because something inside the machine row had kicked on when I yanked that valve or when the breaker tripped back. Pipes hammered behind the wall, hard enough to shake the washers in sequence. Washer 3, washer 4, washer 5, washer 6. Bang, 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 bang. The first man flinched toward the sound. Mara used the second he gave her. She grabbed the wet blue cardigan from the counter and threw it over his masked face. He tore at it, swearing, and she kicked his bad thigh where I'd stabbed him with the screwdriver. He went down, not unconscious, not defeated, just down. Real fights do not end cleanly. They become piles. I crawled toward him and shoved the bent chair through his arms, pinning one wrist awkwardly beneath the seat. He bucked and nearly threw me off. Mara grabbed the duct tape he dropped and looped it around his forearm, and the chair leg messy and fast. "He's moving," she shouted. "I see that. Then help. I am helping badly." The second man saw this and tried to run, not at us, toward the rear corridor. Daniel, still on one knee, grabbed his ankle as he passed. The man fell flat in the water. His chin cracked on the tile with a sound I felt in my teeth. He rolled, kicked Daniel in the shoulder, and crawled for the open rear door. I saw the black pouch phone slip from my waistband and slide across the wet floor. The second man saw it too. His eyes changed. He lunged. I lunged. He got there first. His hand closed around the waterproof pouch. Daniel grabbed him from behind again, but he was weaker now, bleeding and coughing. The man slammed his head backward into Daniel's face. Daniel's grip broke. The man ran into the rear corridor, toward the alley, toward the only way out. Point blank, Mara said, "No." She moved before I did. She grabbed the pry bar from the floor and went after him. "Mara," I shouted. She didn't stop. I forced myself up. My ankle gave and almost sent me down again. I caught the washer row and dragged myself into the corridor after her. The rear alley was rain and chemical burn and dumpster stink. The second man was halfway through the doorway when Mara caught him with the pry bar behind the knee. He went down on the threshold, one hand still clutching the waterproof phone. She tried to pull it away. He turned and swung at her. The blow caught her cheek. Her head snapped sideways. She hit the doorframe and slid down. Something in me went simple. I grabbed the chemical canister from the floor. It was nearly empty, but still hissing. I jammed it under the man's face and pressed the nozzle. A weak white stream spat out. Enough. He gagged, dropped the phone, and clawed at his eyes. Daniel appeared behind me with the bent chair and brought it down across the man's back. Not hard enough to kill, hard enough to fold him onto the wet concrete. "Stay down," Daniel rasped. The man didn't. He pushed up on one hand, so Daniel hit him again. Then he stayed down. For a moment, nobody moved. Rain fell through the open rear doorway. The alley beyond was narrow, fenced at one end, dumpsters to the left, brick wall to the right. No getaway car in sight. No shadowy army. Just wet pavement, trash, and two men who had counted on panic doing most of their work. From the main room, the first man groaned and cursed through the blue cardigan tangled around his face. Mara sat against the frame, one hand pressed to her cheek, breathing in short, sharp pulls. I picked up the waterproof phone. The screen was still on. Daniel leaned over my shoulder, blood dripping from his split lip. "Tell me that call's out." I wiped rain and water from the screen. No service, but there was a recording app. A file sat at the top. Rec 5-1247. I pressed play. An elderly woman's voice filled the rear corridor, thin but steady under static and distant machine noise. "My name is Ellen Marie Harlan. I am 79 years old. If you find this, I am not confused. The men who brought me here said my son sent them. My son is dead. He died in 2018. They took my hospital band and my cardigan. They wanted my apartment keys and the safe code. I told them I forget things. That was a lie." Mara covered her mouth. The recording continued. "They don't know I know Morse. Navy husband, 42 years. Washer pipes carry sound through the wall. There's a girl here. She works at the hospital. I saw her badge before they covered my eyes. If she comes, tell her I am sorry." The audio cut to scraping. A man's voice cursed in the distance. Ellen whispered again. "Back wall vent. Phone in vent. Cab receipt in dryer. They are not my sons." The recording ended. The corridor was quiet except for rain and breathing. Mara whispered. She was alive. Daniel looked at the two men. "Where is she now?" The first man in the main room shouted something muffled and tried to roll. The chair scraped. The duct tape stretched. The second man coughed on the threshold, face against the wet concrete. I grabbed him by the collar with my good hand and pulled him halfway back inside. "Where is Ellen?" He spat and said nothing. Daniel stepped closer, chair raised. "Daniel," Mara said, voice rough. He stopped, barely. I crouched near the man's face. "Police are coming." He gave a wet laugh. "You can't call." I held up the waterproof phone. "This has her statement." His eyes tracked it. Fear, real and plain, moved through them. "Where is she?" I asked again. The old flip phone rang from the main room, once, then again. We all turned. It lay on the counter, screen glowing. Not a text. An incoming call. Unknown number. Mara staggered up before I could move. She stumbled to the counter and opened the phone with shaking fingers. "Hello," she said. A pause. Then she started crying. Not loudly, not collapsing. Just tears cutting through the chemical redness on her face. "It's her," she said. Daniel and I stared. Mara hit speaker. Ellen Harlan's voice came through small and broken, but alive. "Is this the laundromat?" "Yes," Mara said. "Ellen, where are you?" "I don't know the address. I got out the side when they left me in the van. I'm in a shed. Found a phone in a coat. I called the number I put in the old one. Did you find it?" Mara laughed and sobbed at the same time. "We found it." "Good," Ellen said. "That awful thing still worked. Barely. I used to keep it for emergencies." The first man stopped struggling. Daniel looked at him. "Van," I understood at the same time. Not Daniel's van. Their van. Ellen had been held in a vehicle nearby, escaped during the chaos, and found some other phone, maybe one of theirs, maybe a burner. She had not been in the washer. She had been using the building's old pipes, vents, and hidden phones to create a trail, because she knew confusion could buy her time. Mara gripped the flip phone. "Ellen, listen to me. Are you hurt? I'm cold. Can you see anything? Tools, lawn things, a red mower. There's a road outside. I hear trains. Stay on the line." I reached for my own cell phone without hope. 1 bar. At the rear doorway, with the door open and the chemical haze thinning, the signal had returned. 1 bar was enough. My hands shook so badly I almost dropped it. I dialed 911. This time, the call went through. The operator answered, calm and distant and real, and I nearly couldn't speak. 911, what's your emergency? I looked at Mara on the flip phone with Ellen, Daniel bleeding beside 2 restrained men. Washer 6 open and empty. Water shining across the floor. The old laundromat full of ruined signals that had somehow become a map. "My name is Owen Keller," I said. "I'm at Suds and Duds on West 8th in Erie. We have 2 intruders down, chemical spray deployed inside, a missing elderly woman on another phone, and we need police and EMS right now." The operator began asking questions. I answered what I could. Daniel sat down hard against the wall, his face gray. Mara kept talking to Ellen, voice low and steady, telling her to breathe, telling her help was coming, telling her she had done enough. The first man groaned under the bent chair. The second man coughed rainwater and pepper spray onto the threshold. And behind the water heaters, the bent vent plate tapped softly in the draft. Not Morse, not anymore, just loose metal knocking against brick. Still, none of us stopped listening. The police got there in 7 minutes, which felt both fast and unforgivable. That sounds unfair. I know it does. 7 minutes is not slow, especially on a rainy weeknight in Erie when half the streets shine like black ice. And every traffic light seems to last a full chapter. But after I hung up with 911 and kept my body wedged against the back corridor wall with Daniel beside me and Mara on the flip phone with Ellen Harlan, 7 minutes became a country of its own. You could live there. You could get old there. The first cruiser rolled up on West 8th with no siren, just lights flashing red and blue across the wet front windows. For one awful second, the colors painted the whole laundromat like another warning message. The dryers on the right wall were still ticking down from heat. Washer 6 stood open on the left, gray water drying at its mouth. Clothes slumped, half in and half out. Quarters glittered across the floor from the busted cash drawer. Chemical spray had thinned, but every breath still had a peppery hook in it. Mara sat behind the counter with the old flip phone pressed to her ear, one cheek swelling purple, her cut hand wrapped in paper towels and duct tape because we had run out of good ideas. She had gone very calm in the way hospital people sometimes do after the shaking is no longer useful. "Stay where you are," she kept telling Ellen. "Don't come out for anyone unless they say my name. Ask them for my name. It's Mara Voss. Make them say it." Daniel sat on the floor near the front door, one leg stretched out, the other bent. His beard was matted with blood from his split lip. He still held the bent chair across his lap, like the two men on the floor might rise all at once if he looked away. They didn't. The first attacker lay by the folding table, one wrist taped messily to the chair frame, blue cardigan twisted around his neck like a scarf he didn't deserve. He had stopped cursing and started doing that thing people do when they realize consequences are no longer theoretical. Breathing shallow, staring at nothing, saving energy for the version of himself he planned to present to lawyers. The second man was face down near the rear threshold, wrists zip-tied with Daniel's own delivery ties from his van bag. I had found them after remembering the broken edge that cut Mara's palm. He coughed every now and then. Nobody checked on him more than necessary. When the police came through the front door, guns drawn and voices sharp, I raised both hands so quickly pain burst through my burned palm. On the floor, one officer shouted, "We called," Daniel rasped. "We're the ones who called. Hands where I can see them." I got down slower than they liked because my ankle had swollen inside my shoe, and my left hand wouldn't flatten properly on the tile. A young officer stepped over me and kicked the screwdriver away. Another moved to Daniel. A third came in from the rear alley with rain on his jacket and found the man on the threshold. Mara did not get on the floor. She looked at the officer aiming past her and said, "I have the missing woman on the phone. She's 79, possibly exposed, possibly injured, hiding in a shed near train noise, with a red mower inside. Her name is Ellen Marie Harlan, and if you scare her, she may hang up." The officer blinked once. Then he lowered his gun just a little. "Keep her talking." Mara nodded, like that had been her plan all along. The next hour came in pieces. Paramedics arrived wearing blue gloves and tired faces. They rinsed our eyes with saline that made the burning worse before it got better. They checked Daniel's knee and told him he needed imaging, which he answered by asking whether his van was going to be towed. They cleaned Mara's hand, pressed along her cheekbone, asked if she had lost consciousness when she hit the doorframe. She said no. Then she said, "Maybe for a second." Then she said, "No." The paramedic looked at her, wrote something down, and did not argue. For me, they wrapped my burned palm and tested my fingers. The swollen ones looked worse than usual, thick and pale under the laundromat lights. A paramedic named Harris asked me if I could feel pressure. "Pressure, yes," I said, "sharp. Everything feels sharp." He gave a small nod, professional and not unkind. That happens. The police separated us for statements, as much as you can separate 3 people in a laundromat full of yellow tape and puddles. I sat on the curb outside under the nail salon awning with a foil blanket over my shoulders, looking at the wet street and Daniel's white delivery van parked half a block down. The rear doors were open. Inside, under a tarp and 2 cardboard produce boxes, officers found a roll of duct tape, a second aerosol canister, a hospital blanket, and Ellen Harlan's apartment keys. They found Ellen 23 minutes after the first cruiser arrived. A patrol officer heard her coughing in a storage shed behind a closed landscaping business near the tracks, 2 blocks away. She had hidden behind a red mower with a stranger's phone she had found in the pocket of a coat hanging by the shed door. She was cold, bruised, and missing one shoe. Her wrists had tape marks. Her voice, when Mara put the flip phone on speaker so the officer could confirm location details, stayed steadier than mine had on the 911 call. "I told them my safe had jewelry," Ellen said. "It doesn't. It has papers. My husband's Navy discharge, my son's death certificate, my will. Things people think old women misplace." Mara closed her eyes. The police later told us the two men had worked as patient transport contractors for a private medical service that sometimes handled discharges when hospitals were short-staffed. Not St. Vincent employees exactly, but close enough to know the patterns. Close enough to know which patients lived alone, which families showed up, which rooms were quiet. They had approached Ellen after shift change, claimed her son had sent them, and moved her out before anyone matched the discharge paperwork. That was one of the parts that stayed with me. How easy it had been to put on the right jacket and speak in a tired voice and count on everyone being busy. They had taken her first to her apartment, but she stalled them, gave wrong codes, claimed confusion, asked for water, asked for the bathroom. Old people get underestimated in ways that can become weapons if they survive long enough to learn the pattern. Ellen had survived a lot. At some point, she got hold of the old flip phone in her cardigan pocket. It was hers, not a planted prop by the men. Her late husband had insisted she keep it charged as an emergency backup years ago, and she never threw it away. The battery was half dead, the service long canceled, but she had used it as a tiny screen, a buzzer, a thing that could still store notes, alarms, and a number. She had hidden it behind washer 6 when the men brought her to the laundromat to scare her into talking somewhere they thought was empty and off camera. The laundromat was not empty. I still don't know whether that saved her or nearly got all of us killed. They had picked Suds and Duds because one of them knew Mr. Bell's nephew and had heard the place had weak cameras, bad cellular reception, and a night attendant who worked alone. That last detail was in the detective's mouth when he told me, but it sounded different in my head. A night attendant who worked alone. A soft part in the system. A hinge. Ellen's Morse wasn't clean. Some of the tapping we heard was pipes. Some of it was washer hammer. Some of it was her when she had been in the back service area before they moved her again. Some of it came from the old phone vibrating against the coin box after she set alarms with labels she had typed in advance. She had not controlled every message the way it felt at the time. The phone had glitched. Water had done strange things to its screen. The not water message had been an alarm label she set after overhearing them talk about using flooding as a distraction. Not her band meant exactly what it said. The wristband was bait, something they had ripped off her and planted to make whoever found it panic and open the washer. The rest was us making meaning because fear demands grammar. Still, when the machines tapped later, I listened. At 4:15 a.m., after statements and photos and paramedics, and the first wave of evidence bags, a detective named Ruiz let me back inside to get my jacket. Detective Lena Ruiz, 48 female, had the blunt kindness of somebody who had spent years asking people to describe the worst hour of their lives in sequence. She walked beside me with a notebook in one hand and said, "You did well tonight." "No," I said. "I almost didn't." "That isn't the same thing." I wanted to believe her. Inside, the laundromat looked smaller, more pathetic. The overhead fluorescents still hummed. The rain had stopped. The air smelled of lemon disinfectant, pepper spray, wet clothes, and the metallic stink of disturbed plumbing. A crime scene tech photographed dryer 12. Another bagged the old laundry card with dots and dashes. Washer 6 had been unplugged, drained, and tagged with red evidence tape. My jacket lay on the office floor under a dusting of ceiling insulation. I picked it up with my bandaged hand and looked at the access panel I had crawled through. In daylight, or what passed for it before dawn, it would probably look ridiculous. A square hole, broken edges, dusty beams, nothing cinematic. Ruiz followed my gaze. "You climbed through there, badly. That's usually how people climb through ceilings." I almost laughed, but my ribs hurt too much. Outside, Daniel was loaded into an ambulance after losing the argument with the paramedics. He gave me a thumbs up through the rear window, then winced because even that apparently hurt. Before they closed the doors, he shouted, "Tell Mr. Bell his machines are haunted by code violations." The paramedic told him to stop yelling. Mara rode with Ellen. Nobody asked her to. She simply walked to the ambulance where Ellen sat wrapped in blankets, saw the old woman's thin hand searching for something to hold, and climbed in. Ellen had white hair pinned unevenly, a bruise along one jaw, and eyes bright with exhaustion. She looked smaller than her voice. Mara sat beside her, and Ellen took her wrapped hand very carefully, like Mara was the injured one. "I remember you," Ellen told her. Mara swallowed. "From radiology. You fixed my blanket." That undid her more than anything else had. Her face tightened, and she turned toward the ambulance wall until she could get control of herself. They took both of them to St. Vincent. I went too, but in the front of a second ambulance, after Harris insisted on looking at my ankle properly. I spent the ride staring at the ceiling lights and listening to the tires hiss over wet pavement. Every bump sent pain through my foot. My burned palm pulsed under bandages. My left fingers had stiffened into claws. Harris asked if I had family to call. I said, "Later," he said. "That means no." I said nothing. At the hospital, everything became fluorescent again, but cleaner, faster, more awake. Nurses moved through corridors with coffee cups and clipboards. A security guard stood by the admitting desk, looking embarrassed and angry in equal measure. 2 uniformed officers waited outside a treatment room. Somebody had printed Ellen's missing patient notice and taped it near a phone bank, then forgotten to take it down after she was found. I saw it as they wheeled me past. ELLEN Harlan, 79. Last seen, St. Vincent Hospital. The photo showed her smiling politely, as if she didn't want to inconvenience the camera. My ankle was sprained, not broken. 2 ribs bruised. Mild chemical exposure. 1st-degree burn on the palm. The doctor told me to rest, elevate, avoid strain, and come back if my breathing worsened. I nodded like people do when they have no intention of obeying perfectly. Mr. Bell arrived at the hospital at 7:20 a.m. in a Steelers jacket and slippers, hair smashed flat on one side. He was 73, male, and built like a man who had spent his life arguing with vendors and winning through stamina. For once, he had no speech ready. He stood at the foot of my bed, twisting his cap. "They said my alarm didn't work," he said. "They cut the line. They said the backup didn't work either. They broke it." His mouth tightened. I should have fixed those cameras. I was too tired to comfort him properly. "Yeah," he nodded once, accepting it like a bill he deserved. Then he said, "You still got my pry bar." That time I did laugh. It hurt so much I had to press a pillow to my ribs. The legal part stretched beyond that night, of course. It always does. Statements became follow-up statements. Detectives asked the same questions in different rooms. The two men got names: Ryan Decker, 34, male, and Paul Nystrom, 39, male. Their faces looked smaller in mugshots. Meaner, too, but less powerful. Decker had worked overflow discharge transport twice at St. Vincent. Nystrom had a burglary record from Ohio and a cousin who did maintenance for strip mall properties. That explained too much and not enough. Ellen's apartment safe contained no money worth mentioning. Just papers, old photographs, a few coins from her husband's Navy ports, and a sealed envelope with instructions for her burial. Decker and Nystrom had believed a rumor from another patient's family about cash hidden in the building. They had chosen wrong, then kept digging, because criminals are often less clever than committed. Suds and Duds closed for 9 days. When it reopened, Mr. Bell installed new cameras, a new alarm panel, panic buttons, brighter exterior lights, and a front door that could be opened from inside even if someone jammed the lock. He also raised the pay for night shift by $1.35, which he presented like reparations from a small nation. I went back after 2 weeks. People asked me why. That was harder to explain than fear. Fear made sense. Returning did not. But the laundromat was still there, and people still needed clean socks. And if I let that night be the last time I stood behind the counter, then every machine noise in every building for the rest of my life would get to decide where I could go. So I came back. The first night, Mara visited after her shift, though her apartment dryer had finally been repaired. Her cheek had faded to yellow at the edges. Her hand had 3 neat stitches and a small bandage. She brought coffee for me and tea for herself, then sat in the plastic chair near the change machine with her paperback open and unread. Daniel came in around midnight with a knee brace and a bag of towels. "Restaurant spill?" I asked. "Sauce this time," he said. "Less traumatic." Mara looked over. "Is your phone in your van?" He put it on the folding table with exaggerated care. "No, ma'am." We laughed because the alternative was letting the room stay too quiet. Washer 6 had been removed. In its place stood a new machine, bright white, digital, too clean for the row. Mr. Bell had labeled it with a proper sticker this time. The old one was gone to evidence first, then scrap. I did not ask where exactly. I did not want to imagine its drum sitting in some yard with rainwater gathering inside. Around 1:17 a.m., the new washer clicked as it changed cycles. Just once, Mara looked at me. Daniel looked at me. I looked at the machine. Then it clicked again. A normal relay sound. A little plastic tick under the panel. The drum filled. Water rushed. The display showed 26 minutes. Nothing else happened. We all pretended not to notice how long we waited. Later, after Mara left and Daniel finished folding, I found something under the counter while restocking receipt paper. A strip of masking tape had stuck to the back of the drawer, old and curled at the edges. On it, written in faded blue pen, were dots and dashes. Not from Ellen. The ink was too old. Mr. Bell maybe. Some previous employee. Some kid bored during a night shift. I almost threw it away. Instead, I looked it up. It translated to 2 words. Still here. I stood behind the counter with the strip of tape in my palm while the laundromat carried on around me. Dryers turned. Fluorescents hummed. Rainwater dripped from somebody's umbrella onto the mat by the door. The new cameras blinked red in the corners, recording everything and understanding nothing. There are plenty of explanations. There always are, if you are willing to stack them high enough. Old tape, old joke, old building. I put the strip in the lost and found drawer. Then I locked the drawer, checked the front door, checked the rear door, checked my phone signal, and went back to work. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.